host the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians right here in Cape Town from the 29th to the 30th of September. From climate action to economic empowerment, women leaders from G20 countries across Africa and beyond will unite to shape a stronger, more equal future. Don't miss this important gathering live on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and follow the conversation on our digital platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. Meet young parliamentarians. Now, these forums ensure that the voices of key demographics are not just heard, but are central to shaping the global parliamentary agenda. Now, the young parliamentarians will be meeting under the theme Young Parliamentarians as Drivers of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. And concurrently, the women's meeting will convene under the equally powerful theme, Women Parliamentarians for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability.
And over the next hour and throughout our coverage, we will be bringing you insights from both these vital meetings. Tsepo, you will be focusing on women's meeting, right? And
that is correct, Seminkosi. And I will be speaking with key delegates to understand their priorities for advancing gender equality and empowerment on the global stage.
And I will be with the young parliamentarians, hearing their vision and the innovative solutions they are proposing to tackle the world's most pressing challenges. And later on, we will cross live to the venues of the meetings, which are scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock this morning. And you are still watching Parliament TV.
Women's voices matter in business, in farming, in Parliament. This September, the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians comes to South Africa. Together, global women leaders will demand resources, representation, and real change for equality. Join the movement from the 29th to the 30th of September, live on Parliament TV. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. From Brazil to South Africa, the P20 journey continues. In Cape Town, women parliamentarians from across the world will unite to adopt the Cape Town Declaration, a bold call for action on gender equality. Be part of the conversation. Watch the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians from the 29th to the 30th of September on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and follow at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, channel 408 on DSTV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. As we continue our special broadcast from the heart of this historic P20 summit, we now turn to a figure whose role within our Parliament is absolutely central to the very themes of accountability and oversight that this gathering seeks to champion. It is one thing to host a major international event. It is another to harness its full potential for lasting impact. To help us reflect on the profound significance of this moment, we are honored to be joined by a key architect of Parliament's oversight function. The presence of the G20 Speakers Summit here in Kleinmond is not merely a diplomatic courtesy. It is a landmark event being hosted on African soil for the very first time. And this places South Africa, and by extension, our entire continent, at the epicenter of a critical global dialogue on parliamentary democracy. With us is Mr. Frolic, the House Chairperson of Oversight Committees in the National Assembly of South African Parliament. Mr. Frolic, welcome to Parliament TV.
Good morning, and good morning to the viewers.
Thank you, Mr. Aram. Firstly, what does it signify for the whole African continent to finally have this platform with the G20 framework? For too long, global governance has often been a conversation about Africa, and without being a conversation with Africa in a seat of equal power. So how does this summit begin to recalibrate that dynamic?
Firstly, good morning to all of you. It's important to note that it's the first time that the G20 and per se the P20 will be taking place on the African continent. And it's important for parliaments around the world to come to South Africa as the host of the G20 and the P20 to come and share common practices, but also the best experiences, the best prevailing experiences that we have. The significance therein is locked in the view that South Africa had for a very long time, that we need to utilize multilateral forums to foster further partnerships and global diplomacy to advance the agenda of the poor nations of the world, the developing nations of the world, and also to foster that relationship with other countries in the G20 so that Africa can rightfully take up its place in the community of the countries of the world.
Now, for South Africans, especially those in the rural areas, and for the citizens across the continent, what is the real world impact of this significant event today?
One of the biggest challenges that we have in Africa is poverty. And we are fortunate that we will be having countries here, such as China, that succeeded in a very short space of time, ahead of the deadline that it put for itself, to eradicate absolute poverty in China. There are thus lessons to be learned, and that's why the agenda of this meeting for the next few days is focused, amongst other, on the impact that climate change have on the livelihoods of people, also on agrarian societies, on agriculture, and then more importantly, trade. And the trade imbalances that currently exist, where Africa continue to be a supplier of raw materials to the rest of the world and get very little benefit out of the beneficiation processes. So sitting and discussing with our colleagues from other industrialized countries, common experiences can be shared with us so that we can put the African continent on a sustainable path of development.
Now, in my opening, I indicated that one of the key architects of Parliament oversight. So how will these discussions translate into a better oversight of continental projects, more effective on legislation for economic development, or stronger mechanism to hold both our own governments and international partners accountable?
South Africa is continuously recognized by other African countries as being one of the leading countries in terms of the development of legislation, in also putting in place other democratic processes as well as constitutional architecture. And that becomes critical to ensure that as Africa develops, we put the proper processes in place that will work for Africa. We must not be misguided by thinking that all the solutions of the world will come from Western countries. A lot of the solutions are there, and we need to share those experiences with one another so that we can put forward a common blueprint for what should be the threshold and the bare minimum for us to be on a sustainable path of development, but also to put in the legal frameworks that is necessary for trade and cooperation with other countries.
Now, House Chair, one of your other tasks is to ensure that the executive is held accountable. Now, how does hosting a summit of this nature then empower our own parliamentary committees, and what lasting institutional strength and global partnerships do you hope will remain long after the delegates have left South Africa?
Firstly, we will have a festival of ideas and discussions that will be taking place today and tomorrow before the main summit kicks off on Wednesday morning. And that is where we are drawing in women parliamentarians from across the G20 and other invited countries, as well as youth parliamentarians. And for us, that is critical in terms of holding the executive accountable, because there are specific issues that affect the youth and that affect women that must come through, and there's no better people to articulate those views and those challenges than those sectoral groups that we are talking about. We must also ensure that the current practices that we have, that a proper evaluation is done. Are we doing enough? What more can be done? And also what we can learn from other countries, from the Africa, but also across the world. You will be surprised that in the inter-parliamentary union, under which auspices this discussion that we are having for the next few days will be taking place, in the IPU, there's continuous reference to increase the quality of accountability and oversight over the executive. There is a built-in tension between parliaments and the executive in terms of accountability and oversight. And we can only work in fine-tuning and improving with the executive having a clear understanding also of what the constitutional mandates of parliaments are.
Finally, before I let you go, I understand that you're having a hectic morning. What will this event held here today mean for a woman that is in Tsolo, in the rural areas of South Africa, in Makhado, in KwaZulu-Natal, and what will it also mean for young people in South Africa? What hope will it bring for them?
We are fortunate as the South African Parliament that we, through our sectoral engagements, put together a South African P20 Youth Parliament and a Women's Parliament. And from there, we invited people from across the country to participate in a bottom-up input to ensure that those voices indeed are heard. Those voices that has been articulated and raised in other forums will now find expression here. And the representatives, the members of parliament from South Africa that are here, come from constituencies, by the way, that is located in some of those rural areas. And the hope that they will have is that their local situation, their primary situation will improve for the better. And that's why the discussions today, amongst others, will focus on land and agrarian reform. How do we improve the livelihoods of local people by assisting with agriculture and agricultural products? And how do we fight poverty in those areas by focusing on education, amongst others, and the provision of basic services?
Please forgive me, I can't let you go without answering with this one. Now, as someone who is responsible for committees, oversight and public participation, obviously there are going to be some decisions that are going to be made in the next 2 days. How will then you going to ensure that these decisions that are taken here filtered down to the committees of parliament and that there's proper oversight to ensure that whatever decisions that are taken here are implemented?
There's a dual process that will happen. The first outcome will be the outcome document that will be developed by the Youth and Women's Parliament that will find its way into the main P20, the Speakers Forum that will be taking place. The Speaker, upon conclusion, will take the outcome document to the G20 that will sit later this year, within the next month or so, in Gauteng. That is to ensure that these voices find expression in the main G20. But secondly, the outcome document will also be distributed from this P20 to all member parliaments, and it will be mainstreamed into the committee work of the relevant committees of parliament.
Thank you very much for this insightful voice. Well, viewers, that was Mr. Frolic. We believe our viewers have quite a clearer picture now of the immense weight of this occasion and the significance of hosting these events in Africa for the very first time. We bring you more analysis here on Parliament TV. Please stay tuned.
South Africa is proud to host the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians from 29 to 30 September in Kleinmond, Western Cape. From climate action to clean energy, economic empowerment to political representation, women leaders will drive solutions that uplift communities worldwide. Stay tuned on Parliament TV and follow at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. As South Africa leads the G20, Parliament will host the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians in Cape Town from 29 to 30 September. The first P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians was held in Brazil last year. This year, women parliamentarians from G20 countries, women from across Africa, and key international partners will gather here in South Africa to discuss issues affecting women around the globe. This second gathering will focus on making sure women's voices and experiences play a key role in shaping decisions on climate action and the move to clean energy, creating opportunities for women to fully exercise their power in economic decisions and development planning, securing resources and funding for women-led farming and business projects, and increasing women's representation in legislatures and elevating their influence in decision-making. The Women's P20 will culminate in the adoption of the Cape Town Declaration, a strong, united call for action and accountability on gender equality in Parliament and beyond. By hosting the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians, Parliament of South Africa is demonstrating its commitment to advancing gender equality at home and abroad. For more information on the P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians, visit www.parliament.gov.za or p20.parliament.gov.za. Watch the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and follow the conversation on all our digital platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. South Africa takes the lead as Parliament hosts the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians right here in Cape Town from the 29th to the 30th of September. From climate action to economic empowerment, women leaders from G20 countries across Africa and beyond will unite to shape a stronger, more equal future. Don't miss this important gathering live on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and follow the conversation on our digital platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. Meetings before the G20 summit, and that is the women's meeting calling for women to lead the charge on global solidarity and sustainability. Now, in practical terms, what are the key legislative actions that are needed to turn this theme into reality for women and girls worldwide? And now I'm privileged to be joined by Miss Dunjwa, a participant in the second P20 meeting of the Women Parliamentarians. Miss Dunjwa, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much and good morning.
Of course, let's get straight into it, Ms. Dunjwa. Of course, on the significance of the P20 meeting, how, for our viewers at home, especially for the girls and the women, why is it so crucial for women to take part in such significant events?
Good morning to your viewers and women in our country and in the globe. The significance is because you must remember that in 1956, on the 9th of August, women came together. And it was not just women, it was women in terms of race, age, and there were social class. They didn't really ask who are you, which political party, if I can make an example. They said, as women, we are not going to allow to be taken for granted, if I can just summarize. We are not children anymore. And therefore, that, I think this we must, in this conference, we must take that forward. Because now we wouldn't be here, in fact, in South Africa in particular, if those women didn't take that move. And my view is that this is very significant because now we are coming together as women from right across the globe, and we are saying, never again, not again. We are not asking permission to be in the table, on the table. We are asking permission. We, in fact, demanding our space in the table, and we say we can lead, young or old.
Yes. Ms. Dunjwa, on that then, especially on the role of the Women's Caucus, now as the chairperson of the Parliament's own multi-party Women's Caucus, you work to foster cross-party collaboration, right? And how does the work then of the Parliamentary Caucus align with the goals of this international P20 meeting?
Well, remember that the caucus is not a portfolio committee, okay? It is more of an activism structure. It then ensures that women outside in our country understand what Parliament is doing, and Parliament understand what women, more understanding the voice of the voiceless, and come into Parliament to those different portfolios to say, this is what we have picked up. And the importance, therefore, of this, remember, we are just from our Women's Parliamentary Caucus, where we had a number of stakeholders, which they have raised a number of issues. And in this conference, therefore, the significance of us being here is that we are to take those forward and listen to what other countries are saying and see how best can we learn and collaborate with one another in ensuring that the voice of women globally is heard.
And you spoke about some of the challenges and issues that are voiced out in the Parliamentary Women Caucus, and obviously these are some of the things that you'll be bringing to the table for the P20 Women's Conference. Can you just discuss with us what are some of those issues that the Women Parliamentary Caucus will be bringing to the global stage of the P20 Women Parliamentarians Conference?
The first one is the challenge of gender-based violence and femicide, and we would like to hear what other countries, what they advise other countries. Remember that is a societal matter. It touches on a number of things, and it's about time that we really speak out about it, because it's my belief that charity begins at home. And therefore, parenting, it's among other things. That's one. So it's GBV. Two, it's financing of women, those that don't have the voice. And I don't want to say they don't have the power, because women do have power, irrespective, even if it is that woman who's selling oranges in a taxi rank. That woman has got power. The only thing is that he doesn't have that power to have finance, not because of her own making. And therefore, that is the other thing that we want to put across, that parliaments, when they look into their budgets, they are to ensure that all departments and programs are budgeted sufficiently to ensure that programs of women are carried forth. And the third last thing is that countries and citizenries are not only about women. I'm making an example. Women and men. Therefore, a girl child and a boy child, a woman and a man. And men are to understand that they are here. They are men because they were born by women. And therefore, that respect,
Yes.
that understanding, that you can't say you love somebody when you don't trust, when you don't cooperate. Because I wouldn't like us to be speaking high-powered language here.
Yes.
We are ordinary women. I don't take myself. I was an public representative.
And talking about representation and talking about the coexistence of women and men, how important is it for women to be represented equally in such dialogues, not just on the global stage, but also back home within our own parliaments, within our local governments and provincial governments?
You have to remember that we have been, for some time, they are sectors that have made it a bit difficult. Culture, religion, traditional space.
Yes.
And those are the issues that we are to speak about them, so that men understand that we may have those, but we are equals. That's the other thing, that here we are equals. It's only that anatomically we are different. So I, out of this conference, are a victim of substance abuse. Some of the young people, including old people, are disabled. How then do as a parent, and not that young women, young people can't lead. They are to lead. But kuthiwa ngesiXhosa inyathi ibuzwa kwabangaphambili. I don't know how to translate that in English. But I think, and we are happy.
Yes.
We are happy that there is that reflection of young people and those with a disability. And the challenge is that how then do we work together?
Yes.
Because like in any home, there is there are young people, there is an old people, but we think as the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, we must work together with the young parliamentarians,
yes,
so that we understand. And we had collaborative programs that we are going to go out to schools, basic and higher education, so that young people understand that it is important. I always become worried when, as the country, we talk more about jobs. There's nothing wrong with that, but you balance that with self-sustainability. And you can't do that if you don't ensure that you empower yourselves. Fortunately, they've got TVET colleges.
yes,
And therefore, these young parliamentarians, they have got that responsibility of taking that out and speak. Because like ourselves,
yes,
they are to go and have that interaction with the structures outside of the young people.
And finally, Ms. Dunjwa, for people that are sitting at home, for people that are watching Parliament TV, why should they watch and why should they be interested in the P20 Women Parliamentarians Conference? Not just that, but the Youth Parliament as well that's going to be taking place, and then eventually the P20 Speaker Summit that's going to be taking place from the 1st to the 3rd of October.
Why it is important that our people are to watch and listen, it's for them to say, firstly to say what you said there fell short on this and this and this, which I can say this is part of oversight. We are accounting. Our people are to say, as women, this is what we think you are to do.
Yes.
As women, we think you are doing things that are not of our interest. But I want to say to the citizens of South Africa, let's work together.
Yeah.
I know there are challenges. It's parliament, our government. You know that people are, but now it's about time that as women, we are that rock that now must melt and ensure that it creates a firm foundation for our people. Therefore, them listening, we will also need a feedback from them of if we have represented them correctly.
Yes.
And obviously we are accounting.
Thank you so much for the time, Ms. Dunjwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the people of South Africa, for them to be listening to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
What an interview.
Yes, a powerful and necessary conversation there with Ms. Dunjwa, and thank you for her for sharing her expertise with us. Now we bring you more interviews, including Ms. Jane Mananiso, and she is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, and that is upcoming right here, the live coverage of the P20 events on Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
Women's voices matter in business, in farming, in Parliament. This September, the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians comes to South Africa. Together, global women leaders will demand resources, representation, and real change for equality. Join the movement from the 29th to the 30th of September, live on Parliament TV. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This September, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa proudly hosts the inaugural P20 Young Parliamentarians Conference in Kleinmond, just outside Cape Town, from 29 to 30 September 2025. The P20 Youth Conference is part of larger G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, where world leaders in Parliament come together to tackle global challenges. It's also an opportunity for young MPs under 40 from different corners of the world to discuss and bring their ideas to life, helping build a world that is sustainable and inclusive. The theme for this year's summit is Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. Young parliamentarians will tackle real issues that impact youth around the globe, such as youth driving climate change and sustainable development, fair budgets and policies that include young people's priorities, more youth in politics, and bold ideas in education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The ideas and concerns of young parliamentarians will be captured and reflected in the final P20 declaration, giving youth a say in shaping the global parliamentary agenda. By hosting this global event, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa shows its commitment to meaningful youth participation and helping build a more equal and inclusive future. For more on the P20 Young Parliamentarians Conference, visit www.parliament.gov.za or p20.parliament.gov.za. Catch all the action on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and stay connected through our social media channels at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Should I look there or?
Welcome back. You're still watching the build-up show to the P20 Women Parliament meeting and the P20 Youth Parliamentarians Conference. And I am now joined by Miss Mananiso, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. Good morning, ma'am, and thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Good morning to Minkosi, and thank you for inviting us as well.
And just to kickstart this conversation, as as a woman parliamentarian, you represent the voices of women, significantly the voice of young women and older women. So how does participating in a forum like the P20 empower you to advocate more effectively for the specific needs of young women in South Africa?
Okay, in terms of the P20, the nice thing is that we are able to voice out what those who think that they cannot voice their issues to in such platform. And we are 20 countries that are here coming to share best practice from our countries in terms of responding to challenges of women in our countries. So what is important about this P20 is that one is going to bring to light the realities of those who are vulnerable, marginalized, and excluded, based on sex or race or class or gender. So those are the issues that one has interest to come and address here, because of we know where this summit comes from. You can note that this one is the 11th summit to be hosted, where all parliamentarians as legislatures are here to find ways on how best they can do and address issues of women in particular.
Now, the theme for this summit is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So from your perspective, how are the challenges facing women, like unemployment exacerbated rather for young women, and what solution discussed here can address this double burden?
You see, the theme itself is a problem statement to say these are the things that we need to address in terms of women. But we can only address them if we work together with those that we've been working with. Remember, we've been having summits and having declarations. So we are here to follow through in terms of our solidarity. How far are we with the plans that we have been put in place before? And then from there, we deal with issues of equality. Because you would know, in all these countries, we have common challenges as women, that our population is too much than men. However, we seek to be decreasing in terms of inclusion in different parts of levels or institutions in terms of women leaderships. So when we are here to gauge and take stock how far have we moved and what is it that needs to be done for us to move where we want to be in terms of equality. So that is the main thing that is important, to say let the population of women speak as well to what we see in the boardrooms and in terms of economic issues and economic emancipation of women.
I'm glad that you also mentioned inclusion of women, because that's one of the biggest barriers when it comes to women in terms of economic inclusion. Now, what concrete ideas or partnership are you exploring at this P20 meeting that could lead to tangible opportunities for South African women entrepreneurs and job seekers?
One is that there should be a budget responsive that deals to gender mainstreaming, in particular on issues of climate change, because that would be one of the overviews that one would be speaking on in terms of the South African view, that we want to see budget speaking to those challenges and addressing those challenges, one as legislatures. And as members of parliament, our role is to do accountability and oversight. So we'll make sure that in all spheres of government, we follow through if everybody has a plan with regards to climate change and women and addressing issues of gender mainstreaming. The other thing that we would be doing in this particular summit is to enforce that those who are supposed to be doing their work, they need to do it. Because you would know, in a local sphere, that's where most of the issues that deals to risk management, environmental management are being addressed. So here we are going to actually enforce a community and human-centric plan that speaks to issues of climate change. Because in all these challenges that all these countries are facing, it is the face of a woman that is there. It is the face of a person with disability. It is the face of a person who is marginalized or excluded or otherwise based on where that particular person is finding herself in terms of the special framework of this country.
Now, having mentioned all that, so if you could take one policy idea from this Women's Parliamentarians meeting back to the National Council of Provinces, specifically to advance gender equality, what would it be and why?
One, obviously, is the policy that speaks to address the inequalities that women are still facing, more especially on issues of economic opportunities. Because we know if you don't have resources, there's nothing that you can do. So as much as we don't have women occupying strategic positions that speaks to issues of resources and power to do and leading, we'll still speak these challenges. So one of the things that one would want to address is that issue in terms of economic emancipation and women being at the forefront, not fronting on those issues. That is one. But one of the critical things that one feels that from this conference we need to address is the issue of period poverty. Because we know women, they don't choose to go for that menstruation period. It happens, it's nature. However, it's been treated as if, as by the way, we haven't got to a conclusion where we're saying that let a girl child or a woman have sanitary towels free like condoms. So it's one of the issues that I feel that it's over time, it's long overdue, that as these 20 countries, we need to speak about it, to say, how do we make sure that we keep a girl child in school, we keep a woman at a workplace, we keep a woman in a farm, while having those periodic time of menstruation. So those are the things that one would want to come and speak about, because you would know as well, the issues of period poverty, they touch on issues of environmental health. There's an issue that some, they don't even know how to dispose them. So here, we would be able to speak as parliamentarians to say, what are the awareness campaigns that we need to do in our communities to ensure that we teach them even how to use them and dispose them on health issues. But again, the other issue that one is of interest is how do we deal with teenage pregnancy? Be it the unwanted one, because others, they get to be pregnant because of they are being raped. But we need to find ways on how to deal with that, because the teenage pregnancy is one of the disruptors of developing countries, in terms of how we need to respond on population and as well on schooling of those who have to drop out because of they had to get to be pregnant. So those are the things that one would feel that in this summit we need to address, so that we address the issue of young women and women as well. That seeks to be a bigger challenge to us to advance in terms of women empowerment and development.
And now, before I let you go, I would like you to give a message out there to the women, young and old, who are watching this event and hoping for changes that this event will bring into their lives. What message do you have for those women that are currently watching us now?
All right. One, the message that I want to carry through is that it's only through patriotic citizens that you can have a better country that all of us we are hoping for. They need to be part, they need to be involved, they need to participate in ensuring that they deal with the discourse. But as long as they choose where to participate and when, we'll still have these issues to deal with it as we meet as countries. But if all women participate where they have interest in terms of voicing out on issues that we need to deal with, I think we'll be better by day in terms of women emancipation and empowerment. So I want to say to them, let them follow through these conversations with hope that will carry their views in terms of women development. And I'm definitely sure that whatever that comes here from the declarations of this summit would come to light and life, because we don't want to leave anyone behind in terms of women development. And we believe that women rights are human rights. So there's nothing that's going to be left out in these conversations to ensure that with the summit, we get summit expectations as parliamentarians that we are here. And lastly, I want to say to all of them who are there, they must use all these platforms that are open for them to comment, so that at least after this P20, we are able to get their views and sharpen whatever that we could have discussed. Because we believe that we do have reasoning voice of women in all these walks of life, and with them participating in all these channels, they can be able to reshape and give us views in terms of best ideas that can be the best solutions of these countries.
I just cannot let you go as yet. I know that you chair one of the most critical committees of Parliament, which is the Select Committee on Security and Justice, yes. And you also serve in the Intelligence Committee. So you're going to be sitting, you're going to be having the discussions here, you're going to be making recommendations like you have indicated. Now, as a parliamentary committee, how are you going to ensure, what mechanisms do you have in place that will help you ensure that you hold the government accountable, especially in terms of the implementation of the resolutions that will be taken here today?
Okay, Tim, because what is nice is that the committee that I share of Security and Justice, we are very clear on what needs to be done. We are saying that let all these three arms of government or of the state do their work without any interference, and we always follow the money. when we actually debate the issue of budget, we always want to see them addressing basic issues in our communities. Like, for instance, for example, in terms of police, we always speak about police visibility and the involvement of communities through CPFs. But there's a challenge that if they are not resourced, they cannot do their work. So we are always advocating for those that seek to be part of all these structures that needs to respond to issues as stakeholders, to say that let's give them some chance in terms of resources. And we always speak loud that resource is not only monetary, but it's resources that can make people to move from point A to point B in terms of advancing their execution of tasks on a daily basis. So that's what we always call for. So what is important here is to take through the best practices from other countries to deal with issues that we think we have challenge with in South Africa. Like, we know how rife is crime in South Africa. The issue of GBVF, we want to get to know how are they dealing with it in their countries. Because with us, we can share that, yes, there's a national strategic plan that speaks to addressing gender-based violence and femicide with all stakeholders that are identified there and its priorities. So we would want to get sense if with them as well is the same. And what is it that they are doing so that they can share with us and we can share with them what is it that we are doing. But the nice thing about the committee where I serve is that we know it's a multi-party committee. So all of us, we come with ideas because we belong in those specific communities. So whatever that we carry in our meetings is the voice of those who have chosen us to be their representative. It's not something that comes somewhere. Drawing to the fact that each and every department has an agenda to address. So that's what we normally do in the select committee, and we are following through as we meet with ministers, deputy ministers, and those DGs who are in those respective department. But lastly, what we normally do, we take ourselves with those who are coming from the department as a collective. We always emphasize that if you fail, we are failing. Because people outside there, they are saying politicians. So what we always emphasize is the issue of us working together as the law enforcement ecosystem, while noting that we are members of parliament that just need to do oversight in terms of checking whether they are doing their work. But we believe that working together without interference but interventions, we will be able to respond to issues of crime and issues of security as the select committee in the NCOP.
Lastly and briefly, as a build-up to today, to this week's events taking place here at Arabella and at Bengola Kova, I am aware that you presided over a youth summit. Briefly, just share with us some of the takeaways from that summit that you would wish to see the young parliamentarians that will be meeting here today. I know that you will be focusing more on the women parliamentarians, but that would like to hear the young parliamentarians that will be meeting, debating over.
Okay. In terms of the youth parliament, yes, I was part and parcel of the build-up program. What was debated here is institutional arrangement that needs to be uniformed. That if you are in Gauteng, where I come from, if there's a youth unit, it should be a youth unit across the country, up until to all spheres of government, like your local municipalities. The issue of a specific budget, be designated for youth program, is one of the issues that was addressed there. Issues of NSFAS, we spoke of because we would know most of young people are in different universities or higher institutions of learning. So they spoke at length in terms of those challenges that hinders them to actually go to school, because others, when NSFAS is not paid, they cannot go to school. So those were the issues to say, let's this youth forum find best ways on dealing with such challenges. But again, on issues of economic opportunities for young people, they were very clear to say, let us have a specific quota for youth opportunities that everybody would adhere to in terms of the youth policy. They are very clear. They have spoken on issues of inclusion, that young people with disabilities, they need to be included. Because of sometimes people, they speak about sensitization Now, on that youth parliament, we are not speaking about sensitization. Young people were saying, we've been discussing these things. We know what is our challenges. We know what needs to happen for us to address those issues. So in this P20, in terms of Youth Summit, it's all about what needs to be done and when and how by who. Not like as if people are discussing something that it's yet to start. No, they are here to actually concretize whatever that they have discussed from their build-up programs to say, this is what we need to do. But again, what was important about the Youth Parliament P20 is that we had voices of stakeholders from outside, from all the institutions, be it NPO, FPOs, NGOs, and as well institutions of higher learning, where people were sharing challenges and actually suggesting what solutions should be put in place to address those particular challenges. So all those members of parliament, they are coming here with petitions submitted by those who are participating to say, this is what we want to see happening in South Africa. And all that they want to see is to see the issues of equality being addressed, issues of gender-based violence and femicide being addressed, and again, just opportunities to be for all, not for the few. That's what they would be discussing. And I trust them, and I believe that they would come out as well with concrete declaration to ensure that whatever that they plan as youth development program, it will come to light and life. Thank you.
I just couldn't let you go without asking you those questions because I know your passion about youth and activities that affect young people. Thank you very much, Miss Mananiso, for taking this interview with Parliament TV.
Thank you. And as well, LGBTQIA+ society issues will be addressed in all these summit commissions. Thank you.
There it is. LGBTQI issues will also find space in the P20 Women Parliamentarians as well as the P20 Youth Parliamentarians events that will be taking place today and tomorrow as a build-up to the G20 P20 Speakers Summit that is scheduled for the 1st and 2nd of October. Thank you very much, Miss Mananiso, once again. And to our viewers, please stay with us.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And you are still watching Parliament TV. And of course, we're building up to the G20 summit that is supposed to take place on the 1st to the 3rd of October. Of course, this is preceded by two very important dialogues, and that is the P20, the second P20 Women Parliamentarians Conference and the Youth Parliamentarian Conference. And of course, Tim, because we've had quite some great conversations with some of the participants of these conferences. We had Miss Dunjwa, and she is the chairperson of the multi-party caucus, Women's Caucus of Parliament, and you spoke to Miss Mananiso, and she's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Justice.
That is great, Sepa. We had quite an interesting discussion, especially with Miss Mananiso, who's a representative of both women and youth, and just highlighting some of the challenges that are currently confronting women in South Africa, as well as young people, and not forgetting members of the LGBTQI+ community, as well as persons living with disabilities.
And of course, I was speaking to Miss Dunjwa, and she was talking about the importance of women representation and equality when it comes to these dialogues, that ultimately women are demanding their space, and that our voices should be heard, and challenges and things that are of challenge when it comes to leaders, when it comes to women in farming, when it comes to sustainability, and ensuring that we participate economically, not just in South Africa but globally as well, that these are issues that we put on the table, and hopefully suggestions and resolutions will be reached.
Definitely, and just to remind those who are watching at home that they are still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on channel DSTV 408. We are a few minutes away from the start of the two events. We know that we had informed our viewers at home that the events will be starting at 9 o'clock, but we're expecting the events to start at any time now. And then
there you have it. There's some images there of delegates that are, of course, chatting away. Of course, the program is scheduled to start at about 15 minutes past 9. And like we said, this is, of course, the P20 Speakers Summit South Africa 2025, which is preceded by the Women Parliamentarians Conference and the Youth Parliamentarians Conference.
And the P20 Women Parliamentarians, a platform for dialogue focusing specifically on gender equality and reducing inequalities. And the P20 Youth seeks to ensure that youth perspectives are included in the discussions during the summit. And as Tshepo had indicated there on your screen, you can see our delegates getting ready for the start of the P20 Women's Parliamentary Conference. And as we're sitting here in the studio and waiting for that event to begin.
And just a reminder that we are at Arabella Hotel in Kleinmond. It is a beautiful morning as we are anticipating the beginning of the P20 Women Conference and the P20 Youth Parliamentarians Conference right here in Cape Town.
And some of the issues that you can expect to hear forming part of the discussions include disaster resilience, debt sustainability, just energy transition, as well as critical minerals for growth. And we do expect that at the conclusion of these two events that there is the adoption of reports, as Mr. Frolic had indicated, which was also alluded to by Miss Mananiso that I just spoke to now, that there will be adoption of the outcomes of these two critical events that will then form part of the G20 discussions at the end of the year when the G20 Presidency summit takes place.
And this is a reminder that a summit provides a crucial legislative dimension to global governance, fostering cooperation and ensuring that the decisions made by world leaders are effectively implemented by parliaments. And guiding all these discussions will be a powerful theme, and that is harnessing parliamentary democracy for the realization of global solidarity, equality and sustainability. And that is what sets the theme for the P20 Summit. That is what sets the theme for the P20 Speakers Summit South Africa 2025. It sets the theme for the P20 Women's Parliamentarians Conference, and it sets the theme for the Youth Parliamentarians Conference that is set to undergo in just a few moments.
And indeed, that theme highlights the role parliamentarians can play in driving inclusive, sustainable and collaborative solutions to
I'm not being biased, but I do need to start. You will start with the introduction and maybe which delegation are you representing?
Good morning to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Chair and the Co-Chair. My name is Honorable Arabella. I'm representing South Africa from the Free State Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you, Chair, and the Co-Chair. Greetings to the Speaker of the National Assembly. I am Sizopila Mkhize, representing South Africa from the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature.
Greetings, Speaker, and greetings, Co-Chair. My name is Mikateko Mahlaule. I'm a Member of Parliament in the National Assembly of South Africa. I am a South African.
Greetings, Chair, Co-Chair, Speaker of the National Assembly. My name is Honorable Kalalelo Makokoa. I'm representing South Africa from the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, guests. My name is Donovan De Hayes. I'm representing South Africa from the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, Speaker, Chair and Co-Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Dalen Mitchell, and I'm the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, and I represent South Africa.
Good morning, colleagues, Honourable Speaker and our other distinguished guests. My name is Fasiha Hassan. I'm also a member of the National Assembly of the South African Parliament, also a part of the delegation of South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker, representative from the Inter-Parliamentary Union, co-chairs, honourable members. My name is Baxolile Nodada. I'm a member of Parliament in the National Assembly, also representing the delegation from South Africa. Thanks.
Good morning, Speaker and Honourable Chair. My name is Balungile Sapo. I am representing South Africa. I'm the member of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Speaker, Honourable Delegates. My name is Andisiwe Kumbaka. I'm a member of the South African delegation in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Доброе утро, дорогие друзья, уважаемый президиум. Меня зовут Александр Трембицкий, я представляю Российскую Федерацию.
Good morning all, Honorable Chair and dear colleagues. Selman Özboyacı from Turkey. I'm an MP in Turkey and I'm representing Turkey.
Good morning, all. I am Kurtuluş Şaykan from the Turkish Embassy in Pretoria.
Good morning, all. I'm Ahmet Semihpur from Grand National Assembly of Turkey.
Hello, good morning to everyone. My name is Natalia Mustakova, and I am a senior counsel of the Russian Embassy in Pretoria, head of G20 unit. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, Chair, Co-Chair, honourable members, my name is Pekka Hakala. I'm from the European Union Parliament. I'm a staff member. Unfortunately, no member from the European Parliament could attend this session, but we are very keen on observing it and wish all the best to the proceedings.
A nice global representation of members of parliament and members of various legislatures across the globe. We might not have a representation from the European Union, but we do have a representation across the globe, which is wonderful. From the Inter-Parliamentary Union, if you may introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Carden. I'm a UK Member of Parliament and the former President of Young MPs at the IPU, and currently a member of the Bureau of Young MPs at the IPU.
Thank you for that introduction. Now I will have my co-chair. I think they've sorted out the issue of interpretation at the back. My co-chair, Honourable Smaili, you may take the floor.
Good morning. أنا السيد إسماعيل سليمان نائب رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني بدولة الجزائر. سيداتي والسادتي الكرام أصحاب المعالي زملائي النواب الشباب من مختلف الدول وضيوفنا الكرام، يشرفني بصفة رئيس هذه الجلسة أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذا اللقاء الهام الذي يندرج ضمن فعاليات اجتماع البرلمانيين الشباب لمجموعة العشرين، والمنعقد لأول مرة على أرض إفريقية تحت شعار البرلمانيون الشباب كمحركين للتضامن العالمي والمساواة والاستدامة. كما يسعدني أن أتقاسم رئاسة هذه الجلسة مع زميلتي النائبة المحترمة السيدة كوبي من الجمعية الوطنية لجنوب إفريقيا، وأغتنم هذه المناسبة لأتوجه بخالص الشكر والامتنان إلى جمهورية جنوب إفريقيا على استضافتها الكريمة وحسن تنظيمها لهذه الفعالية الهامة. إن اجتماعنا اليوم يعكس التزامنا المشترك بإعلاء صوت الشباب في صنع القرار، وهذا ما نحرص عليه جميعا في برلماناتنا الوطنية. ودون إطالة يسعدني أن أحيل الكلمة إلى زميلتي الرئيسة المشاركة لهذه الجلسة السيدة كوبي لتعرف بالجميع المتدخلين.
Thank you for that introduction. I do hope that some of you did get the interpretation. It is on channel 3, that is Arabic, and also 1. Now it's on 1. That's where English is. Thank you so much, Mr. Smiley, for that introduction, really. It was very gracious of you to say that of us. Thank you. Now I'm going to introduce the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of the South African Parliament, Ms. Togodidiza.
Co-chairs, Honorable Kobe of South Africa and Honorable Silmani of Algeria, member of the IPU Young Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Den Carden, representative of the SAD Youth Parliament, Honorable Manon, I see she's not here yet, chairperson of the Y20 South Africa, Mr. Matlala, all young parliamentarians who are here from various member states, as well as the multilateral organizations who are part of the G20. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Actually, looking at all of you, I also feel young. I was once in those seats, but I graduated, so there was a point at which I was an ancestor of the youth, you know. So bridging the gap between young and old, and then somewhere I had to mature and be old. And I still envy the category of young people because of its vibrancy and also bringing new ideas to the fore. And I'm sure that's what you'll do during this session. Honorable members and distinguished guests, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to South Africa. Like many countries, South Africa offers different scenery, history, diverse cultures, and its unique beauty. Each year in September, we celebrate our cultural diversity, embracing our common values which are enshrined in our Constitution. It is my hope that your limited stay and the friendships you would have made during this session will be an incentive for you to visit our country again. I'm excited. Speaking to Carden, he already said, I've decided I'm going to add one more day in Cape Town. So, with Carden having led the way, I'm sure some of you are going to say, I'll spend a day in the Free State or another day in KwaZulu-Natal. As one of the youngest nations, we are still rebuilding our communities from a past that had divided us. I'm sure when you landed in Cape Town, you would already have seen the schism in our country. On one side, the much acclaimed development in our country, but on the other side, what you would call representing one of the underdeveloped communities. But it is our commitment through our Constitution that we will ensure that we bridge that divide. Hence, I'm saying we're still a building nation. We, as a member of the G20 and as its current chair, we chose to bring in the table issues of solidarity, equality, sustainability to the fore, as we believe that we cannot reflect on the global economy without acknowledging the inequality that still exists in our world. We also appreciate how solidarity can help to foster cooperation for the greater good. Our very economies depend on each other. We trade as nations because we need what others produce that we are not able to because of our different ecological environments. To build sustainable economies also calls us to appreciate the need for protecting our infinite resource, the environment. In this august house are young parliamentarians from varied nations with a common goal of representing hopes and aspirations of young people. This forum is a platform that offers young parliamentarians an opportunity to table and debate political, social, and economic issues that impact the lives of young people in the world. It is a platform to formulate solutions that can positively impact the lives of all young people. It is for these reasons that we have strategically placed this session prior to the Speakers' Summit to ensure that its agreed outcomes forms part of the joint outcome statement of the Speakers' Summit and make a contribution towards the leaders' meeting that will be in November. Co-chairs, in the world characterized by inequality, persistently high levels of poverty and unemployment, and growing global tensions and trade protectionism, solidarity and international cooperation becomes a crucial instrument to attain global peace and sustainability. Young people are often the most affected by the choices and actions of today, and therefore taking decisions without young people's voices and involvement is no more ideal. Young people are a powerhouse in exploring solutions to problems of the modern world simply because they bring new perspectives, new energy, inventive ideas, and fresh perspectives, not only to the world, but also in our legislatures. Youth technological and entrepreneurial activism give them a competitive edge to navigate the complexity of today's world, thus helping us all to derive original solutions needed in our world today. Co-chairs, honorable members, as we promote world societies that are founded on democratic value and respect for human rights for all, we must be conscious that many challenges remain despite the progress that we have made. Some of these challenges include limited inclusion of young peoples in parliaments, high levels of youth unemployment, slow or stagnating economies, weakening multilateralism, rising global hunger, and intensifying geopolitical challenges coupled with growing nationalism sentiments. It is the youth who must inherit this world economy that is yet to fully recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. A world characterized by high cost of living, which is compounded by rising risks of climate change. Honorable members, distinguished guests, the challenge of rising unemployment among young people is a growing concern, not only in our country or continent, but globally. With young people accounting 1/4 of world's population, they are a dominant force and resource that is idling in today's economic activity, not because of their choice, but because of what choices and decisions that might have been made before them. A relatively large share of young people are neither working nor economically active in emerging and underdeveloping countries, underpinned by issues such as constrained government fiscus, skills mismatch to modern digital economy, and the ripple effect of COVID-19 pandemic. Several UN World Youth reports have pronounced on the challenges faced by young people at the workplace, such as the Youth Perspectives on the Pursuit of Decent Work in Changing Times, published in 2011, and other later reports. As parliamentarians, we must reflect on how countries individually and collectively have progressed on measures resolving youth unemployment using the oversight mechanism available to world parliaments. Today in the world, conflict and instability is estimated to affect more than 400 million young people. This will place young people in fragile conditions such as extreme poverty and expose them to gender abuse, human trafficking, and others will be turned to child soldiers. In 2024, the Global Peace Index showed that peacefulness in the world has reached its lowest level. Conflict perpetuates the migration problem, which exerts pressure on already fiscal-constrained countries. This means that a large number of young people are unintendedly deprived of opportunities to acquire quality education, health and entrepreneurial skills to engage in a global economy. Co-chairs, as young parliamentarians in the world, you have an obligation to influence parliaments to develop laws that are sensible and humanly acceptable to resolve the global migration problem, among others. Due to world instabilities, young people encounter economic and social insecurities that compels them to seek better life opportunities elsewhere. And we all know that some of those young people end up in the seas as casualties as they try to look for greener pastures elsewhere. Estimate shows that half of youth aged between 18 and 23 in Africa, Middle East, and in developing countries are likely to consider emigrating if their respective governments do nothing to improve the quality of life. Co-chairpersons, honorable members, creating legislations and conditions that will inspire hope and bring stability in the world is a collective responsibility of all countries. Hence, promoting solidarity is an important aspect of achieving our sustainable development goals. A collective action is equally important to mitigate the effects of climate change in the world, especially the poor and the developing countries that have weak coping mechanisms. Even though youth and children have contributed the least to global climate change, they are the ones to carry the highest cost of climate crisis and suffer the consequences of global warming. In Southern Africa, the frequent occurrence of drought and storm rains events have had devastating impacts on agriculture and infrastructure, regressing developmental progress in countries like South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Mozambique. Research on climate change effects suggests that children born in recent years would face 7 times more scorching heat waves than their grandparents. Honourable members, another critical area to consider is the active and meaningful participation of young people in parliaments across the world. The IPU reported that 2.8% of world's parliamentarians are younger than 30 years of age. Moreover, 73% of world's parliament upper houses do not have parliamentarians younger than 30 years of age, implying the voices of young people is abjectly represented in parliaments. South Africa has recognized the value of young people as agents of social change in societies. Hence, the inclusion of youth in both houses of South Africa's parliament is a non-negotiable democratic goal. I must say that while we do not have a quota system, but I think encouragement to different political parties to bring in young people in parliament has actually assisted. But I must also say it is because of youth activism on their own that have made expression for this to happen. Otherwise, if it was left to the adults, I'm not sure whether we would have reached even the levels that we have reached smaller as it is, but I think we owe it to the activism of young people that we have a youth voice in both our parliaments as well as our legislatures. Co-chairs and honorable members, history has taught us that youth is sacrosanct ingredient in formulating sustainable solutions in world challenges. Through a transformative power of technology and artificial intelligence, young people are able to put their skills, energy, and talents to drive real change in the world. I want to encourage each of you that in your deliberations, you must reflect on how the world can better employ the sheer power of young people to build the world we all want. This means that debate and country statements must unpack issues and propose solutions that will improve youth inclusion in lawmaking and in global businesses. They must identify incentives to empower youth to maximize opportunity brought by the artificial intelligence, obviously looking also at its regulation so that it serves better our country. It is also important to look at how we look at local responses and enhance values of natural endowments in each country. Co-chairpersons, honorable members, I encourage you to explore the types of investments required in education, social and economic sectors to advance global cooperation and youth entrepreneurship. Recent global leanings have shown that digital transformation underpinned by property rights and open trade policies have the potential to reverse the trend of unemployment and stagnant economies. Education is a formidable force to stimulate global transformation. We must find innovative ways to reorient our educational systems with the objective of instilling modern technology, competencies, and skills required to nurture well-core values that promote solidarity and equality. Technology and innovation is another enabler that holds great promise to addressing the youth, employment, and influence legislatures in developing and developed countries. Access to accurate information can bridge the digital divide. However, technology advancement can also aid misinformation when care is not exercised, as seen in the case of South Africa relating to recently passed laws on land and transforming its economy. Co-chairperson and honorable members, as I conclude, let me remind you that almost 90% of the world's youth is living in developing countries. This means that the Global South has an equal bigger role to play in shaping the world as industrialized countries. Therefore, our actions and decisions today must ensure that young people in the Global South gain a meaningful access to economic opportunities, to global economy, development, and stable society. Young people are the backbone of world societies, a primary human resource for development, and agents of social change and economic prosperity. If we accept this notion, we must therefore ensure that young people's participation goes beyond just consultations in global platforms like P20 Young Parliamentary Forums. Sufficient resources must be made available, and laws must be intentionally designed to implement measures that would include and truly actioned the voices and needs of young people in our countries and globally. I thank you.
أنا جد سعيد أولا أنني كل مرة أتحدث ترفعون السماعات هذه للمرح. شكرا جزيلا لصاحبة المعالي على هذه الكلمة الهامة والملهمة. والآن ندعو السيد دان كاردن عضو مكتب منتدى البرلمانيين الشباب بالاتحاد البرلمان الدولي لتقديم كلمته، فليتفضل مشكور.
Madam Speaker, co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow honourable young parliamentarians. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honour to follow you and to be sat with you, Madam Speaker. And may I start by thanking the Parliament of South Africa for hosting this event and for organising this first ever P20 meeting of young parliamentarians. I am a rather ageing young parliamentarian. I'm 38 years of age, and I was President of Young Parliamentarians until earlier this year. And during my time as President of Young Parliamentarians at the IPU, I lowered the age to be considered a young parliamentarian to under the age of 40. So I'm rapidly approaching the end of my time. But it's been a privilege to hold this position and to really support and lead change for young parliamentarians at the IPU. To set the scene, let me begin by sharing some of the alarming statistics that Madam Speaker touched on as well. Because we launched these 2 weeks ago at our global conference of young parliamentarians in Peru. And they are that just 2.8% of the world's MPs are under the age of 30. That's 2.8%. This proportion had been growing, but it's been growing since 2014, but it's been at a standstill since 2023. And young women are especially excluded, with just 1.2% of MPs being women under the age of 30. And this proportion has actually declined since 2023. And finally, that 37% of parliamentary chambers, just over 1/3 of parliamentary chambers, have no MPs under the age of 30. I think we all want parliaments to reflect the societies that they represent. However, when it comes to youth, we are very far from accomplishing this goal. And when half of the world's population is under the age of 30, but fewer than 3% of MPs are, it's no longer just a statistic. It really is a democratic emergency. Youth inclusion is needed for a just and representative society. But beyond being the right thing to achieve, it's also surely the smart thing. The reason is simple. We meet at a time when the global community is tackling unprecedented challenges. From climate change to technological disruption, we need all hands on deck. And the fresh and innovative ideas brought by youth are one of the greatest resources to solve these global problems. It is this vision for a more inclusive Parliament that propelled the IPU's own youth movement. It began in 2010, when members of Parliament adopted a groundbreaking resolution on youth participation in the democratic process. And it came at a time, back in 2010, when the world's youth were demanding change. Their voices had been at the margins, and the complaints that young people were being left unheard and unrepresented was ringing out from continent to continent around the world. The resolution at the IPU was a rallying call for change and a roadmap on how to achieve it. It called on parliaments and other stakeholders to enhance the number and influence of young people's participation within parliaments, and a new era of international cooperation to support this. And the IPU has been working tirelessly to implement this resolution ever since. We created the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. As the global megaphone of the world's young MPs, this body serves to enhance youth participation in national parliaments and also strengthen the participation of young MPs within the IPU itself. Since its inception, the Forum has been serving as a hub for MPs from around the world to report on progress in their own countries and to coordinate action. And it also led to changes within the IPU structures. The proportion of young MPs at our assemblies has grown significantly, and young MPs are represented in all of the IPU's governing bodies. I'm also particularly proud of the forum's work in championing gender equality, with parity being mandatory within the forum bureau. The IPU resolution also led to the IPU being the global observatory on youth in Parliament. By collecting data on ages of MPs and parliamentary actions to promote youth, we've become an international reference point on this topic and an official custodian used by the United Nations to measure progress for SDG 16. Since 2014, we've been organising yearly global conferences of young parliamentarians. We just held our 11th conference in Peru, where we focused on the role of young MPs in uniting generations for gender equality. Here we made bold calls for gender parity in parliaments, an end to violence against women, and greater cooperation with stakeholders like civil society in equality efforts. And I'd invite you all to check out our outcome document, which is now on the IPU website. Since our youth movement began, IPU has also organised an array of other activities to empower young parliamentarians, from the national to the global events. This includes skills training and capacity building on key topics, such as climate change, employment, sustaining peace, and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made great strides since our resolution in 2010. But as we can see, much more work and action is needed to ensure meaningful youth participation in politics. The last 15 years have shown us the magnitude of the problem, but they have also revealed the solutions that we know can help us deliver results. Many of these have been summarised in the 6 pledges of the IPU's I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign, which was launched in 2021. These actions include promoting youth quotas, and I'm pleased that these are increasingly common in parliaments, nearly doubling in number since 2014. Aligning the age of eligibility for political office with that of voting. We firmly believe that if you're old enough to vote, pay taxes or serve in the military, you cannot be too young to run for office. Supporting youth channels in Parliament, including youth caucuses and committees. Empowering young MPs by providing training and ensuring they have leadership positions in Parliament once they are elected. And finally, mentoring and supporting young aspirants hoping to get more involved in politics. And advocating for youth participation. Today, over 1,000 MPs and 155 countries, as well as 90 speakers of Parliament, have joined this campaign. And if you have not done so already, I invite you to sign up as well, and this can be done in just a couple of minutes through the IPU's website. As we can see, we know many of the solutions that can deliver transformative change for youth in politics. And we have a strong coalition of change makers who are working to this end. What we need more than ever is the political sense of urgency and determination to make this issue a priority in each of our countries. We need everyone working together across the globe, and this is why this first meeting of P20 young parliamentarians is such an important step in that journey. It provides a new launchpad to mobilise change. And I encourage all of you to seize this moment and to use this opportunity to advance the cause of youth participation even further. The IPU and the Forum of Young Parliamentarians stand ready to work with you to meet this shared objective. Let me finally thank once again South Africa and the Parliament and you, Madam Speaker, for including this as part of the agenda, and wish everybody well for the next 2 days as we seek to bring about further influence and change on behalf of young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Carden. I think I do agree with you that we have now reached a democratic emergency with the underrepresentation of young people. And this is not just because excluding us perpetuates inequality, but it's because it undermines long-term progress. The solutions that we have, the issues that we have are global in nature, and they will require all hands on deck. So I do agree with you, and I would like to join you in thanking South Africa really for starting this P20 initiative. I think it was just in the Youth Month when the House chairperson was presiding over our sitting, our first sitting in as the P20 Youth Parliament. And I can tell you now that young people are eager to lead and to be part of the change that we want to see. And with that, I would like to welcome two speakers who are going to give us the overview of the P20 Young Parliamentarians, Honorable T.S.B. Sapo, apologies, and Honorable T. Manong, who are going to give us an overview of the P20 Parliament of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable members. I think my task is just simple: to provide an overview of the P20 Young Parliamentary Initiative, and secondly, to offer some reasoned justification on the necessity, relevance, and importance of formalizing or institutionalizing annual P20 Young Parliamentarians meeting as integral part and additional component of the P20 inter-parliamentary mechanisms that holds greater prospects for advancement of parliamentary diplomacy. Perhaps, Honorable Chair, let me start my remarks by underscoring the importance and historic purpose and mission of this initiative. But to begin by laying a background, as honorable members will recall, that in 2023, the Federative Republic of Brazil held the rotating presidency of G20. During its G20 chairmanship, and in the context of its P20 presidency, Brazil organized 3 main events, which were inclusive of the first P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians, the 10th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and lastly, the G20 Parliamentary Forum, which were dedicated on stimulating debate on the implementation of the recommendations emanating from the previous meeting that I just mentioned. Now, based on the governance principle of presidency rotation, on December 1st, 2024, South Africa assumed G20 presidency, and at its launch, the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, announced that South Africa has adopted the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability for its G20 presidency. Honorable co-chairs, similarly in this context of South Africa's G20 presidency, the following meetings or events were planned in the run-up to the 11th P20 Speakers Summit. 1, public consultative engagements and sectoral parliamentary activities. Secondly, the high-level G20 Symposium for African continent Speaker of Parliaments in partnership with the Pan-African Parliament. The second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians, and these inaugural P20 Young Parliamentary meetings. Inspired by the Brazilian experience and consistent with the practice followed by the multilateral inter-parliamentary structures such as BRICS, South Africa then decided to introduce and host this first P20 Youth Parliamentarians meeting as part of the broader 11th P20 Speakers Summit. The aim of this young parliamentary meeting is to promote young participation in democratic institutions and processes at all levels. Secondly, in amplifying young MPs' voice in shaping global policy agendas by integrating the perspective and the needs of young parliamentarians and contributing youth-focused input into outcomes documents of the P20 and the G20 summit, and to establish a forum for young parliamentarians, fostering substantive dialogue and sharing of experience, especially on the challenges that are confronting young people. As honorable members, the P20 Young Parliamentary Meeting is not only envisioned to be the launchpad of impactful young youth parliament activism, but it is also intended to be the forum of young parliamentary diplomacy, recenter the importance of youth priorities, and elevate them to find place on top of the agenda of the global institution and inter-parliamentary cooperative mechanisms. That is why the following issues were then identified to be the themes or focus areas of this inaugural meeting. One, parliamentary actions to fight climate change. This segment will then talk on the current state of climate change and international response. Young MPs have a clear role in addressing climate change, from reviewing legislation budget to applying oversight tools to monitor government implementation of climate commitments. Two, youth-oriented institution reforms. This segment will reflect on how oversight legislation and budget processes can be utilized to advance the development of young people as builders of communities, citizens, and entrepreneurship. Three, to create an enabling environment for young entrepreneurs and employment. This session will reflect on which national policies has proven to be effective in promoting youth entrepreneurship and employment. It will also discuss how can Parliament support red tape reduction initiative to enable young entrepreneurs. To this end, some honorable members will then might ask themselves, why is it important to have young parliamentary meeting, given the fact that in terms of the G20 working logics, there is an already engagement group that is mainly focused or dedicated to young people, which is a Y20. I think by now, and what was raised by the Honorable Speaker, that question would have been answered. Or beyond this meeting, honorable members will then have answers. From where I am standing, Victor Hugo's a former quote, I quote, "No power on earth can stop an idea whose come has come." I think this captured this rationale behind introducing and formalizing of the P20 Young Parliamentary Meeting. This quote captures the power of ideas at the moment of transformation. It suggests that when an idea aligns with the need and sentiments of the society, it will inevitably gain momentum and lead to change. And let me then hence to add that, honorable members, this young parliamentary meeting is not only an idea whose time has come, but a viable parliamentary diplomacy instrument with a transformative potential to make a global equality, solidarity, and sustainable in the historical reality. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيدتي المحترمة على هذه الكلمة الهامة والفعالة. نمر مباشرة الآن إلى وأدعو السيدة تاكان مانونغ نائبة ببرلمان الشباب لمجموعة التنمية لإفريقيا الجنوبية لإلقاء كلمتها حول البرلمانيين الشباب، فلتتفضل مشكورة. عذرا أود أن أدعو السيد في آخر مداخلة السيد المحترم ريمون مطلالة رئيس مجموعة شباب العشرين لجنوب إفريقيا لإدلاء بكلمته، فليتفضل مشكور.
Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair, Madam Speaker. I'm here today in the boundaries of Parliament, so I would say honourable members. In my normal life, I would say comrades and compatriots, dear friends and colleagues. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, especially as Y20, to engage the P20 young parliamentarians around some of the work that we do. I would also like to express our gratitude to the South African Parliament for inviting us to this session. I also want to just acknowledge young parliamentarians that are in the room. I see some familiar faces that I worked with in my previous life as well. Right, what is, maybe briefly, just to talk about the role of Y20. So Y20 is an official engagement group of the G20, is the oldest engagement group, in fact, which was launched and established in 2010, where it held its first summit. And this year, Y20 celebrates 15 years of existence. And Y20 has produced 14 communiques. And I'll get to that when I get to my remarks. And Y20 was supposed to produce the 15th communique this year during the Y20 South Africa Presidency. Our goal is really to amplify youth voice within the G20 space. However, that has been quite a challenge. And during our presidency as South Africa, we had three fundamental high-level priorities. And two of those was to mainstream youth within the G20 framework, so that it does not just remain an engagement group which submits a communique, a symbolic communique, which ends there. So one of our goals and one of our advocacy, like radical inclusion and advocacy process, has been to ensure that we mainstream youth within all the G20 frameworks, and that includes all the 13 official engagement groups and non-official engagement groups, and of course also the ministerial working groups, and also the Sherpa track as well as the finance track. And it's quite an ambitious goal that we've set for ourselves. And the second one was to establish a permanent mechanism. I think the last honorable member spoke about it, institutionalization. As I've said, Y20 has been in existence for 15 years this year. We've produced over 400 policy recommendations through 14 communiques. None of those have seen the light of day in terms of implementation. And we said during our presidency, as South Africa, that is something that we would like to change, and we're pushing to change. To further that, which and I understand is also a challenge for P20, is none of those have seen or explicitly been included in the leaders' declarations for the last 14 years. And we also said we are tired with talk shows and symbolic communiques, and that is why Y20 concluded in August this year without a formal communique, but rather a chair's remarks or a chair's summary, which actually summarizes the importance and acknowledging the failures of the previous 14 communiques. What we've been working on is to ensure that there is an institutional mechanism. Although Y20 is an engagement group, there is no continuity. Every chairship hands over, starts from afresh. For example, when we got a handover from Brazil. It was a mouth or a conversational handover. There was no document to it. Even a simple website, you can't hand over because there is no mechanism, a foundation that carries those continuity. And that is what we said during our chairship as South Africa Y20. We do not want to be just relevant and popularist. We want to make meaningful impact. Now, what are some of the shared priorities with P20? I think one of the 5 thematic areas which Y20 focused on was inclusive economic development and employment. As we may be aware that youth unemployment is a critical issue globally, but more so depressing here in South Africa. So it was one of the 5 thematic tracks. We also looked at climate and sustainable development. We also looked at AI, digital skills, as well as education for the future of work. And we also looked at meaningful youth engagement and the reform of multilateralism. And when we say meaningful, we mean it, that young people should not be by the way. And it should not be a sideline. And that is why we're talking about mainstreaming, because what we're saying is you cannot determine the future without the voices of youth. And for them to be in that platform, they need to be in those decision-making platforms, not at summits. Yes, we attend summits, but summits have become talk shows, and we said we need to move away from talk shows. And that is why we wanted, we used precisely the word meaningful youth engagement and the reform of multilateralism. And also, we also looked at inequality. We also understand that there's immense inequalities around the world, and we're looking at also inclusive. So we know that there are challenges with respect to matters related to inclusive of outside of male and female gender disparities. So we also want to engage on those matters, have serious conversations using existing frameworks, the Pact of the Future and so forth. So those are the 5 key thematic areas we looked at. And I was so pleased to hear also Honorable Sabo also mentioning that climate and sustainable development is one of the fundamental issues that P20 young parliamentarians are looking at. And indeed, we need to work together because as parliamentarians, you are legislators, you provide policy direction, you also provide policy framework. So in doing so, when I looked at the shared priorities as to on education and skills development, how can parliamentarians accelerate the reform for the future-proofing of education system and system alignment? And it lies with parliamentarians to ensure that those frameworks are established. And that is where we come in as youth and Y20 to request these shared priorities with parliamentarians, the issues on climate change, the issues on digital innovation, and so forth. Now, there was a call for a institutionalization of parliamentarian, young parliamentarians. It's something that we are keen to support. In fact, there is the Social Summit, which is going to be taking place here in South Africa. And Y20 is actively participating in that. And we know we've got and advocated for sufficient space there. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite young parliamentarians, not only from South Africa, but from across all the G20 member states, to attend as part of that youth delegation during the G20 Social Summit, which will be co-chaired by President Ramaphosa. And then lastly, I would also like to call for action. So, Madam Speaker and colleagues in this room, please do not take this forum as just a forum that just sit and talk and just become a talk show. Kindly follow through with some of the recommendations that comes from this forum, and also Madam Sapu, we are available and willing to work with young parliamentarians as Y20 to ensure that we support that institutionalization mechanism and mainstreaming of youth. And lastly, from South Africa, what we've decided to do is to establish the Y20 South Africa Alumni Association that will become a radical inclusive mechanism and machinery that will drive G20 and beyond activities. And we also invite young parliamentarians to work together. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll call you Honorable Matala because now you're also within the precinct of Parliament. But I do agree with you that we must institutionalize the participation of young people. But you need not worry when you call on Madam Speaker and make a call to her, because she was one of the youngest serving ministers in the first administration. At the tender age of 29. At the tender age of 29, under 30, she was serving in the first administration as a minister. As a deputy minister, my apologies. But now we are moving on to the last session. It is going to be a photo session just so that we consolidate today's events and give it a physical capture of the events that took place today. If we could all just join me this side, it will be here. I think it will be great just behind the branding, and if you could, we could just extend the seats and you could stand behind the speaker and the chairs. Thank you. I'm just going to tell them about time and then we'll talk.
I can take a photo. Is this chair?
Yes, but this is okay, we should all be back here. We did well in terms of time at the last session, and I'm sure we'll do well again. We'll be back at 10:30. So this gives us a very short break. 10 minutes.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to gather. The protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
At the Pan-African Parliament, South African parliamentarians and presiding officers had the opportunity to hear from other members of Parliament on the African continent in terms of their valuable inputs that is required to make the P20 in Cape Town a success. Most of the input focused on the collaboration that is necessary between parliaments on the African continent by focusing on the critical matters that affect the lives of our people the most. In the deliberations that are currently still taking place, there's been an increased focus on the impact that the African continent is undergoing as far as ensuring that we create sustainable livelihoods. In this discussion, agriculture featured prominently, where African countries themselves can produce their own food, not only for Africa, but also for the world. We have all the resources necessary to ensure that. Secondly, the discussion around climate change focused on the impact that climate change have on the continent, as well as the commitments that have not been honored by developed countries after they have caused most of the damage to the African continent in terms of emissions that has taken place over the decades. And then lastly, there will be a discussion on mining and critical minerals, and the role that it can play in lifting Africa out of the poverty trap that it currently is in. This will require dynamic and forward-looking leadership in ensuring that we realize our objectives. We thus look forward in hosting the P20 in Cape Town from the 1st to the 3rd of October 2025, where the declaration that will be discussed later this afternoon will be submitted to the P20 for incorporation in the outcome statement of the P20 for 2025. It's incumbent on each parliament on the African continent to ensure that through their constituency-based systems that they have, that parliamentarians do the necessary advocacy work in their local areas. We require local buy-in, local participation to make our interventions successful. Secondly, there needs to be from the Pan-African Parliament guidelines given to parliamentarians and representatives of the Pan-African Parliament on what is expected from members of Parliament in terms of the advocacy work that it must do, but more decisively, how they must oversee executive action and programs to ensure that we have sustainable livelihoods.
South Africa is proud to host the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians from 29 to 30 September in Kleinmond, Western Cape. From climate action to clean energy, economic empowerment to political representation, women leaders will drive solutions that uplift communities worldwide. Stay tuned on Parliament TV and follow at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This is my first time being in the parliament, right? And it is not what I quite expected. Because to be honest, I used to think that the parliament would be a place where everything is serious and kind of tense. But being actually here, I can actually see that not everything is the way I had expected it to be. And that, like, it is in a good way too, because to be honest, I really judged it to be a place where everything is full of conflicts where people would actually address issues and actually fight about them, but at some point they reach common ground. And that is not a bad thing. And okay, I think that it is something that I can actually teach to my peers, right? Something to talk about, and actually something that we as the youth can actually find a way to actually continue with it. And I think that it would be very, very important that I actually find a way to communicate with some of the people from the parliament so that we as the youth can actually express our views and our opinions on how to actually solve some problems. And so far, I think that the program is going very, very nicely because I don't think that I object to anything that has been said there. And I think that it is very, very interesting to see how so many people are actually unemployed. And I think that if we can actually come together as the youth, we can actually find a way in which maybe most of the population will get employed and find ways to actually implement new jobs. Because looking at the crisis, at the problems that the country faces, there are many ways in which people can actually get jobs, but the only thing that is needed is the movement and the money.
This September, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa proudly hosts the inaugural P20 Young Parliamentarians Conference in Kleinmond, just outside Cape Town, from 29 to 30 September 2025. The P20 Youth Conference is part of larger G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, where world leaders in Parliament come together to tackle global challenges. It's also an opportunity for young MPs under 40 from different corners of the world to discuss and bring their ideas to life, helping build a world that is sustainable and inclusive. The theme for this year's summit is Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Quality and Sustainability. Young parliamentarians will tackle real issues that impact youth around the globe, such as youth driving climate change and sustainable development, fair budgets and policies that include young people's priorities, more youth in politics, and bold ideas in education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The ideas and concerns of young parliamentarians will be captured and reflected in the final P20 declaration, giving youth a say in shaping the global parliamentary agenda. By hosting this global event, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa shows its commitment to meaningful youth participation and helping build a more equal and inclusive future. For more on the P20 Young Parliamentarians Conference, visit www.parliament.gov.za or p20.parliament.gov.za. Catch all the action on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and stay connected through our social media channels at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
We've got the Youth Parliament that's sitting, looking at employment opportunities and economic emancipation for young people. It's not only important for Parliament, it's important for South Africa. And as MK Party, we stand for the total emancipation of our young people and all the marginalized excluded South Africans, economically, socially, spatially, culturally, ideologically, and the liberation, the total liberation of our country from everything that spells colonialism, that spells marginalization and exclusion. To yield tangible results for young people, they are not looking for talk shows, they are looking to come out of here with programs, with plans, and with actionable steps to say, how do we assist? Half of our young people are sitting at home, whether with degrees or less formal education or technical skills. They have nothing to do. They cannot contribute to the rebuilding of their nation. They cannot contribute and participate economically in rebuilding this country. And it cannot be correct. And so we are hoping that the young people will come up with plans that they can advise us, as legislators and lawmakers, how we can assist them best and how we can also turn around the economy of this nation to be able to create jobs. And we owe it to our young people not to leave debts to them, not to leave a social injustice to them, not for them to perpetually be struggling and fighting for their freedom, for their food, fighting to belong, fighting to participate in the global era, whether it's fourth industrial revolution, whether it's being part of the extraction, beneficiation of their minerals, or anything that they want to do. They constantly have to fight and struggle, even for education. When does it stop for young people? And now that they're involved in the conversation, they are part of the solution. We want to see how they see what could be done and how they view the world, and how they want us to help them to shape their own world and their own generation so that they can be economically active, they can rebuild this nation, and we can all contribute to the total emancipation of this nation.
My name is Honorable Les Govender. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. We have a wonderful gathering of youth from across the country representing different organizations, different stakeholders from the youth sector. And this is one of the build-up activities going into the G20 and the P20, because this is the first time on the African continent that we are hosting the G20, and this is a wonderful opportunity for us during this youth month to get youth together, for them to tell us what are the issues, what are the aspirations. And we were so encouraged this morning to see the number of youth that are present in the Tudor chamber, addressing their challenges, talking about their issues, giving us ideas in terms of what Parliament can do to ensure that we take their aspirations forward and make lives better for them. But most importantly, we have the support of ministers, we have the support of the Speaker of Parliament who opened the session this morning, and everything is going very well, and we are so excited by the interaction and the input that is coming from our youth.
We are gathered here today as young people, not to merely be part of a talk show, but to deliberate and debate on matters which matter the most and which affect ordinary young people on the ground. We are here to ensure that our struggle as young people is translated into policy, and our protest results into strategy, a strategy which will enable that young people in the present and in the future benefit. We're here to not merely be part of the seat, but we're here to build tables that all young people can form part of. So we are here to ensure that whatever deliberations are tackled, translate into policy which will be implemented, and that young people will benefit from them. Like I said, this is not merely a talk show for young people and a mere compliance matter. We're here to make sure as young people that this is the foundation which will be laid and which will ensure that leads to government intervention, which will then enhance the lives of young people. Young people need to reach their true potential, and a conducive environment will enable that. So we're here to build that to ensure that that conducive environment is built, and that those and whatever resolutions that we form today, we are going to make sure as young people of Parliament that they are monitored and tracked. The implementation thereof is checked and monitored, so that young people can truly be the torch bearers of our present.
My name is Fasia Hassan. I'm one of the young MPs recently elected to Parliament. The P20 Youth Parliament is an opportunity for us as young people, not just as politicians or as elected representatives, but for us as young people across sectors, youth in tech, youth in agriculture, SMMEs, you name it. This is an opportunity for us to have our voices heard, not only on a South African national level, but also on a global level. The P20, that's the Parliament 20, is going to take place later this year. And the P20 Youth Parliament is shaping policy discussions that will ultimately feed into the P20. This means that some of the biggest, most populous, largest economy nations are actually going to be discussing our ideas and our thoughts. So this is a unique opportunity. It's not just about a talk shop of a youth parliament every year. This is something where we can have our voices heard even beyond the borders of South Africa.
Every August, South Africa remembers the fearless 20,000 women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956, challenging the oppressive apartheid regime and inspiring generations of women leaders. On 13 and 14 August 2025, Parliament hosted its first P20 Women's Parliament at the NCOP chairman. As South Africa chairs the G20 this year, our Parliament leads the P20, uniting legislatures to champion women's voices across Africa and the world. This landmark event brought together parliamentarians, civil society, youth, and international delegates to tackle gender inequality. At the event, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thokozile Didiza, reflected on the powerful journey of South African women from exclusion in Parliament before 1994 to leading the nation today.
It is through the struggles of those who have gone before us who made sure that we are at the table where decisions are made. Who would have thought that as we sit here 30 years on, we will have a Chief Justice who is a woman? We have divisions of various provinces, judge presidents who are women. Who would have thought that today you will fly from Joburg to Cape Town and you hear that the captain or the first officer flying South Air or SAA or Airlink or Sam Air is Thokozile? And you feel, wow. Who would have thought that today many of our health professionals, not only nurses, because maybe we have been in those corridors for a long time, but today you have got women doctors who sit in those surgeries and decide how to open my heart, and it is okay.
She urged women parliamentarians to stand together and speak with a united voice at the 11th G20 Speakers Summit, ensuring that every law and every policy decision advance gender equality and sustainable development.
As we go for the P20, given this history as South African women, in my view, we need to be very clear about how do we build an economy globally that is inclusive of women. How do we make sure that that G20 does not only speak about the economy in the air, but that economy must talk to me and you and to Umazondi and Ngwafu? How do we make sure that that G20 summit of the heads of state and government, when they meet, listening to the women's voice, must be able to say, how do we address the issues of sustainability, such that our economic activity must not actually redress our ecosystem such that women become victims? How do we make sure that that G20 start to reflect how do we address issues of sustainability to make sure that our environment is protected such that it can look after us and look after our children and our great-grandchildren in the future. So as you engage with the P20 theme from the woman's perspective, I'm sure that we'll be able to deliberate on those issues so that when you host the other women a day before that speaker summit, you'll be able to say, as South African women, not as ANC, PAC, EFF, but collectively, as women of South Africa, we can say, this is what we want for an inclusive, sustainable world.
Meanwhile, Deputy President Paul Mashatile delivered a strong message, reminding the country that gender equality is not optional, but essential to our democracy and future growth.
Although we have made progress in establishing a democratic system and eliminating apartheid's legislative framework as envisioned by the Freedom Charter, we must question whether we are making progress towards gender equality and inclusion, particularly following the review and adoption of the 2021 Women's Charter. The reality is that despite an increase in representation in Parliament since 1994, as I have already mentioned, most sectors of our economy remain male-dominated. This indicates that we have not fully realized the ideals of the Freedom Charter. Hence, we need to act decisively to achieve equitable representation in all areas of our society.
This year's dialogue built on previous discussion with a strong focus on women's safety, expanding economic opportunities, and tackling persistent inequalities in growth and sustainability.
Felt well beyond declarations. We appreciate that you found it fitting to convene us in this manner because in both climate action and energy transition, women leaders remain few and far between. Yes, representation matters, role models matter, but the issue here is bigger than representation. Both science and humanity suffer when women are excluded from all areas where decisions are made and power is exercised. Across Africa and the world, women have long stood at the front line of climate resilience and adaptation. They have tilled the land during drought, carried water through times of scarcity, sustained families when floods displaced communities, and kept societies functional through both natural and man-made disasters. More recently, during the global pandemic, it was women frontline workers, both paid and unpaid, who put their lives on the line in order to give humanity a lifeline. Dear colleagues, climate change is no longer some distant threat. It is our immediate lived reality. The flooding in parts of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape and the well-documented impact of extreme heat on pregnant women should serve as urgent wake-up calls. Cyclones in Mozambique, droughts in the Horn of Africa, and the recurrent floods across South Africa continue to expose how women face disproportionate risk of displacement, violence, and impoverishment during crisis. First, all these events have revealed that climate vulnerability is not gender neutral. It is shaped and magnified by entrenched disparities that determine who suffers the most, who recovers the least, and who is often left behind. It is precisely because women carry these unequal burdens that their leadership must be placed at the heart of climate and energy justice. To exclude women from the task at hand is to sabotage the very resilient we seek to build. Secondly, the World Bank's Groundswell Africa report estimates that by 2050, Africa could face as many as 86 million climate migrants, with women and children comprising the majority. The UN's Food and Agriculture Organization has already cautioned that climate change is placing unprecedented strain on food systems. 278 million Africans currently face food insecurity, with women-headed households bearing the worst brunt. In other words, the absence of concrete action on our part will only deepen inequalities, destabilize our economies, stunt much-needed growth, and further breed instability. While some advances have been made in women's participation in education, health, and political representation, structural inequalities persist, and our country is no exception. The 2024 SDG Progress Report paints this grim picture. The most concerning setbacks are clustered around 4 critical goals that affect women most. The SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation, SDG 7 affordable and clean energy, and SDG 13 on climate action. Only 15.4 of SDG 5, that is gender equality indicators, are on track to be met by 2030, with particular regression on women's economic empowerment and political participation. Thirdly, for us as African women, our experience of climate change and energy transition can hardly be separated from our colonial past. For centuries, colonial regimes thrived on extractive economies centered on resource exploitation for foreign benefit with little regard for environmental sustainability. We inherited economies dependent on this apparatus of exploitation, the results of which continue to perpetuate cycles of dependency and vulnerability. Fourth, and as a result, energy poverty due to reliance on firewood, charcoal, and other biomass fuels has led to severe respiratory illnesses, deforestation, and further environmental degradation. The World Health Organization estimates that indoor air pollution from biomass fuels kills 3.8 million people annually, the majority of them being women and children. Energy transition that ignore women's voices risk perpetuating these cycles of harm. The fifth issue on climate finance further reflects these disparities. Only a small fraction of resources are directly accessible to women's organizations. Large-scale financing continues to favor infrastructure-heavy projects dominated by male-led enterprises and governments. Women farmers and entrepreneurs who sustain the backbone of rural economies remain excluded from the very financing streams needed to scale climate-resilient agriculture and renewable energy innovations. While climate disasters strike, it is women who are again disproportionately affected. Their limited access to land rights, credit, and social protection reduces their capacity to recover. Honorable Program Director, for us to lead climate action and just energy transition, we must foreground the intersectional nature of the crisis before us. Women's vulnerability to climate change across Africa and globally is not uniform. Intersectionality reveals how factors such as age, disability, rural-urban location, and socioeconomic status shape experiences. For instance, women with disabilities face compounded barriers in accessing disaster relief and safe shelters. Rural women, especially smallholder farmers, face land dispossession and water scarcity. Young women are disproportionately affected by forced migration and child marriage triggered by climate shocks. These intersectional lens help us expose why generic gender-sensitive approaches are inadequate. We have to focus on dismantling the very power structures that are perpetuating these disparities in decision-making structures. Only then can women's leadership emerge as a force not of piecemeal interventions, but of systemic change. In South Africa, Our National Development Plan 2030 provides a clear roadmap of where we stand as a country and where we are headed. It states, South Africa's primary approach to adapting to the impact of climate change is to strengthen the nation's resilience. This involves decreasing poverty and inequality, increasing levels of education, improving healthcare, promoting skills development, and enhancing the integrity of ecosystems. Our adaptation policies and measures include adequate support for the vulnerable, significant investment in new adaptive technologies and techniques in the water, biodiversity, fisheries, forestry, and agricultural sectors, early warning systems for adverse weather, pest and disease occurrence, disaster relief preparedness, and significant investment in conserving, rehabilitating, and restoring natural ecosystems to improve resilience. During a State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Ramaphosa reiterated by saying, our government is implementing a just energy transition, not only to reduce carbon emissions and fight climate change, but to create growth and jobs for our people. Government will undertake this transition at a pace, scale, and cost that the country can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. With South Africa's abundance of solar, wind, and mineral resources, our policies prioritizes the creation of thousands of jobs in renewable energy, green hydrogen, green steel, electric vehicles, and other green products. Special focus has also been given to regions such as Mpumalanga, where new industries and sustainable livelihoods are being developed as part of the transition. Our primary objective is to ensure that women are at the center, not the periphery, of these mega projects. The legacy of South Africa's G20 presidency must be marked by a gender-responsive continuation of these efforts, extending well beyond our term. Here at home, solutions are taking shape. The Just Energy Transition Investment Plan includes pathways for women-owned enterprises in the renewable sector. At continental level, the African Development Bank has launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa program to close the $42 billion US dollar credit gap for women entrepreneurs. Globally, the Green Climate Fund has begun applying gender-responsive criteria for its investments. These interventions show that financial inclusion is not a side issue. It is the gateway to ensuring women lead in climate and energy transition. Dear colleagues, as colleagues are aware, South Africa has assumed the G20 presidency under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, a theme that reflects South Africa's commitment to building on the efforts and successes of previous G20 presidencies while advancing the Sustainable Development Agenda. The collective essence of solidarity, equality, and sustainability aligns with the values enshrined in our Constitution, a cornerstone of our constitutional democracy that not only guides South Africa's internal affairs, but also shapes how we engage with the rest of the world. Our chairship of the Empowerment of Women Working Group, which we are leading as a department, has elevated three key priorities. The first one being care economy, recognizing and addressing the value of paid and unpaid care and domestic work. As part of our Empowerment Working Group deliverables, benchmarking and comparative analysis work is already underway as part of our commitment as our legacy project to develop a comprehensive national care economy strategy for South Africa. The second priority is the promotion of financial inclusion for women, ensuring equitable access to financial resources for women. The third priority is addressing gender-based violence and femicide, tackling systemic violence against women and girls. These three priorities are not exclusive, they are mutually reinforcing. The care economy, for instance, is foundational to the future of global well-being. As long as those at the bottom of the economic ladder, predominantly women, remain on the margins of undercompensation economic activities, inclusive economic growth and financial inclusion, which is the second priority, of course, whether you look at it from the climate action or energy transition, will remain elusive. Above all, we firmly believe that the empowerment of women will remain a distant dream unless we collectively deliver a decisive blow to the prevalence of gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Chairperson, our wish is for this P20 meeting to serve as a rallying call to position African women not as projected beneficiaries of climate and energy policies drafted elsewhere, but as architects of the very transformative change these sectors so urgently require. Parliament is where commitments are translated into laws, budgets, and oversight. It is parliamentarians who can ensure that energy and climate policies allocate resources fairly, that extractive industries are held accountable, and that financing frameworks reach women at the margins. The program before us, from sessions on inclusive growth to debates on ethical resource governance to strategies for mobilizing finance, is not just discussion. It is a roadmap for legislative action. Each topic we engage today must find expression in the mandates of committees, in the language of statutes, and in the scrutiny you apply to executive power. As Kofi Annan reminded us, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. From New Delhi to New York, from Johannesburg to Jakarta, from our cities to our villages, we must put women at the center. On behalf of the government and the people of South Africa, I wish you well in your deliberations. May the outcomes of this P20 resonate powerfully at the G20 Leaders Summit, carrying the clear message that parliaments are ready not only to debate justice, but to legislate it. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the keynote address. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge and recognize the presence of the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, who earlier on went to join the session of the young parliamentarians. She has come back to join us. Welcome back, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Togo Didiza. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the first session now. It is the opportunity for the women parliamentarians to have a photo session, and the photo session will happen where I am. May I request that the team come and help us to sort out the space here for the photo session. Thank you very much.
Women's voices matter in business, in farming, in Parliament. This September, the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians comes to South Africa. Together, global women leaders will demand resources, representation, and real change for equality. Join the movement from the 29th to the 30th of September, live on Parliament TV. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Am I on the speaker there?
From Brazil to South Africa, the P20 journey continues. In Cape Town, women parliamentarians from across the world will unite to adopt the Cape Town Declaration, a bold call for action on gender equality. Be part of the conversation. Watch the second P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians from the 29th to the 30th of September on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and follow at Parliament of RSA. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
First half of the morning, and those were the two sessions from the Women Parliamentarians in Conference, and now they're taking a picture. It's a picture moment, of course, and let's see what's happening there. There you are. There is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and many other delegates who form part of the South African Parliament and, of course, Parliaments of the G20 countries.
And as you can see there on your screen, some of the women delegates attending the P20 meeting of Women Parliamentarians. And we've seen a couple of members of parliament from our national parliament and delegates from across the world.
Of course, nothing beats a great picture. It's a must-have. Otherwise, the event did not happen. Of course, this is an important event where women will cascade their issues and challenges throughout the G20 countries and learn from each other with regards to resolutions and issues that women have throughout these countries. What kind of problems can be provided to provide solutions with regards to equality, with regards to representation, and ensuring that challenges that women have are cascaded on a global stage.
And as you are just seeing there on the pictures, it's evident that this is not just a South African event, but an African continent event. I think you would have seen that table with the traditional wear, great representation of the African cultures there. But as Tebet indicated, we had seen the discussions, debates, statements from the P20 Women meeting of Women's Parliamentarians, and we'll now take you to the P20 meeting of Young Parliamentarians.
Stay tuned.
Appreciation to South Africa for its principled stance and unwavering support for the people of Gaza. Your voice has been a beacon of justice and solidarity in these most difficult times. We are living a time when profound changes are reshaping politics, economics, societies, and even daily life. Breakthroughs in AI, digital technologies, renewable energy, and biotechnology are opening unprecedented possibilities. The global transition towards green growth and climate resilience offer tremendous opportunity to create inclusive prosperity. These developments reshape economies, redefine how we work and learn, and offering solutions to challenges once thought unsolvable. Never before has humanity been so closely linked. The exchange of idea, knowledge, and innovation across borders in accelerating progress. Yet, on the other side of this bright picture, inequalities and injustices that threaten our common future stand. Wars and conflicts destabilize entire regions. Hunger and famine still affect millions, and climate change accelerates its destructive impacts. While in some countries, young people can seize these emerging opportunities. In others, they are deprived of them as war, terrorism, famine, and economic hardships continue to hinder their potential. Dear colleagues, with all sincerity, as we gather in this esteemed meeting to discuss such important matters, I feel a profound sense of shame. We speak of climate change, of equality, of sustainable development, and of global solidarity. Yet, all these very principles are being systematically crushed by Israel in Gaza. For instance, while we speak here of climate change and ways to mitigate its impact, Israel has been destroying not only the people of Gaza, but also its very environment. Israel deliberately destroys the soil, the water, and the very fabric of nature itself in Gaza for the past 2 years. Through the genocide it has committed in Gaza, Israel has violated every rule of humanity and international law, shaking the very foundations of the multilateral system and global solidarity. While we deliberate here today, people in Gaza continue to suffer from severe hunger and thirst, and tragically, most of those losing their lives are young people and children. At a time when we, as young parliamentarians, are actively engaged in politics and entrusted with shaping the future, the fact that people in Gaza are dying of hunger while we are unable to stop it, it's something I'm personally ashamed of. This is a truth that should trouble the conscience of us all. Dear colleagues, in Gaza, the genocide committed by Israel has taken and destroyed the lives, hopes, and potential of countless innocent young people. This fact reminds us that without peace and justice, the dreams of youth for a better, sustainable, and equal future cannot be realized. As young parliamentarians, we carry the responsibility to transform dialogue into action, and nowhere is this more urgent than in Gaza. In this regard, Gaza stands at the very top of the issues we must urgently address. As young parliamentarians, we must raise our voices together and ensure that the atrocities and the genocide taking place there are finally brought to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate from Turkey, for that compelling presentation. Honorable Delegates, we've heard powerful interventions, that remind us of the urgency of our mandate as young people. Also, we need to use our parliamentary diplomacy to keep the ICJ case on every international agenda in our midst. And this is how we can defend Palestine and the credibility of international law, by keeping it constantly on our agenda as we move. Honorable delegates, these insights have also showed us that while our contexts might differ, our aspirations converge in the end, and towards a fairer and more united and more sustainable world. So we must continue converging until we win this battle. It's not impossible, and it's only up to us, if we are honest in our engagements, to ensure that it comes to place. I will then move on to Honorable Delegate and young parliamentarian from Russia to come and make their presentation. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель.
Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor and privilege for me to take the floor here today, and I would like to share with you some insights, the way we work with young people in Russia. We have 39 young people in the Russian Federation living today in our country, and Vladimir Putin said once, it depends on how we bring up young people, depends how Russia will be able to develop, whether it will be a modern, promising country, whether it can be effective, and whether it can retain its cultural identity as a nation in the challenging international environment. And this applies to all our countries and to all young people who live in our countries. And one of our key national goals is to enable every young person to find a path in life. And for that, we're doing a great deal to empower young people to get education, to fulfill their potential, and to proactively contribute to social undertakings and cooperation. And we pay special attention to mutually beneficial youth multilateral and bilateral cooperation formats in our foreign policy. We have a federal law on youth policy in the Russian Federation, and this is a very unique piece of legislation. I will tell you later why. And the main government agency that works with young people is the Federal Agency for Youth Affairs. And we are committed to expanding our international ties on the youth track. We have youth events that are held in Russia every year. You remember very well the World Youth Festival that brought together about 20,000 participants from 180 countries of the world. Both chambers of the federal parliament and the regional governments and the local governments have local youth assemblies, and the initiative of Speaker of the Federation Council, the upper chamber of the Parliament, Valentina Matvienko, we created in 2012 a chamber of young legislators of the Russian Federation. This is a permanent advisory body, and it includes two representatives from each of the regions of Russia who represent local legislative assembly or municipal assemblies. They all must be younger than 35 years old, and the key goals of this youth chamber is to devise and review laws designed to empower young people, to promote the sharing of best practices among young MPs, and making sure that young people are involved in state policy, while also working with international youth associations. As I've already said, one of the key goals for this youth chamber is to contribute to the legislative process. Young legislators can submit to senators their initiatives, and some of them are adopted as official legislation. In July 2020, there was a constitutional amendment in Russia which set forth a provision whereby youth policy is a major priority for our federal and regional governments, and this is how the law on youth policy of the Russian Federation was adopted. This is the key piece of legislation that regulates the way we work with young people. As part of our international cooperation, young MPs work with their colleagues from the Commonwealth of Independent States and from other countries. They visit Latin America, Africa, Middle East, the UN headquarters in New York, where we presented the Russian youth parliamentarism model. We have a lot of experience in working with young people in the Russian parliament. We're open to dialogue, we're open to mutually beneficial cooperation for the sake of the prosperity of future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rasha, for that insightful presentation. You are very intentional in your efforts to ensure that young people prosper, and I think we should open a platform to exchange ideas, as different countries and states, to ensure that we exchange some skills and thoughts and ideas on how we can ensure that we can also practice some of your practices in our different countries.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Fasiha Hassan. I am a Member of Parliament in South Africa, and I also hail from the province of Gauteng, which is where Johannesburg is. So if you flew through there, that is my home province. Honourable members, fellow youth parliamentarians and distinguished guests, South Africa's G20 is not just a milestone for our nation. It is a turning point for our entire continent. For the first time, Africa is not simply being consulted. Africa is leading. This particular presidency is Africa's chance to demand equitable debt treatment, bold reforms to global finance, climate justice, and policies that reflect our actual lived realities. It is an opportunity to move from the margins of global governance to the very center where Africa belongs. Other honourable member parliamentarians have mentioned that and the role that South Africa has played over the last year or two on the international stage. And while the African Union now is a permanent member of the G20, South Africa's presidency is not just a voice for one nation. It is the voice of an entire continent, united, determined, and unapologetically committed to fairness, solidarity, sustainability, and resilience in the face of climate change. For African parliaments, this is a moment to act with courage and conviction. We must align our legislative work with continental priorities and ensure that Africa's developmental and climate agenda shape global policy, not the other way around. Under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, South Africa's presidency insists that African perspectives and African initiatives are not just an afterthought, but a driving force in global dialogue. Colleagues, we gather here with one shared mission, and that is to make sure
just a little bit out of the youth parliament that is going on right here in Kleinmond at Arabella Hotel. And of course, as you can see right here, this provides a serene backdrop with the halls of Arabella Hotel, which are charged with energy for a truly historic gathering right here on African soil. Now, the inaugural P20 meeting of young parliamentarians is now officially underway, a pivotal precursor to the main 11th P20 Speakers Summit, which commences this Friday. And setting the tone for this crucial dialogue was none other than the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza. This is, of course, the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa. Now, in her opening address, Speaker Didiza did not merely welcome delegates, she framed the profound responsibility now resting on the shoulders of the young legislators, of course, gathered here and across the G20 nation. As the host of this first ever African P20 summit, her words carried the weight of a continent's expectations. Now, she spoke to the core theme of harnessing parliamentary democracy for global solidarity, equality and sustainability, challenging these emerging leaders to move beyond rhetoric and become architects of tangible, progressive change. In a world grappling with complex challenges from climate crisis to deepening inequality, her call to action was clear. The innovative spirit, the digital fluency, and the unwavering moral courage of youth are not just welcome in these chambers, they are essential for their very survival and relevance. Now, this was, of course, a powerful affirmation from one of South Africa's most senior parliamentary figures, signaling that the voices in this room must not just only be heard, but be heeded. Now, we are immensely privileged to be joined by the Speaker herself. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you very much to you, and good morning.
Speaker, of course, this is a profound moment, not just for South Africa, but for the African continent as a whole. And in your opening remarks, you charged the young parliamentarians, you inspired them to ensure that they too know that they are in charge and they have the ability to make change. Now, what specific mindset or quality did you most want to instill in them to begin these deliberations?
Well, firstly, it was to note the role that young people play in our societies, but also the important role that young parliamentarians have in ensuring that as they are lawmakers, they need to make sure that the kinds of legislation that we pass today will actually benefit not only young people in our time, but also those of the future. We also acknowledge that while G20 might have started as a forum for debating global economy and what needs to be done to actually ensure that it grows and it thrives for everybody. As developing nations and as South Africa, we have been very conscious that without dealing with issues of solidarity, to ensure that we bridge the gaps among our society, some who are vulnerable, we cannot succeed. We also are conscious of a number of conflicts that are impacting, in particular, for young people, and therefore the need for peace and sustainability. But also acknowledge the impact of climate change, that our economies, as they grow, as they seek to grow, it is important to take into consideration that our environment is infinite. We therefore have to protect it so that what we do does not harm our environment today and also for the generations to come. And all of this, in our view, will ensure that we can be able to work together as members of the G20 and globally to really fast-track our sustainable development goals by what we do today.
Mamtoko, of course, on that, everybody keeps on saying that this is the first time that the P20 is held on African soil. Now, with that, why was it so critical, especially for South Africa, as the host, to ensure that a dedicated platform, especially for young parliamentarians, was a central part of this historical event?
Because we believe that young people are important in terms of giving us new ideas that can propel our development towards the future. They've got the agility to make sure that things happen. And as the world of work changes, I think young people, in terms of their skill and possibility of being reskilled, they'll be able to latch on the digital economy that will actually transform our society for the better. But that requires responsibility on the other hand. That's why it is important that we look as legislators, particularly as young people, how do we make sure that we also create a regulatory environment that such digital, technologies are not harmful to our citizens. So the issues of regulations, particularly on cyber, on artificial intelligence, become even more important at this time.
Mamtoko, of course, throughout the day, Parliament TV, we've been engaging with many delegates. And with regards to the youth, we've been speaking about gapping, bridging that gap between the youth and the elderly. Now, you spoke to a room of young leaders, right? And some might think, really? Why should somebody who's much older be speaking to us, right? Now, how do you envision the relationship between the older parliamentarians, the older presiding officers like yourself, who are more experienced? How do you envision that relationship between yourselves and young parliamentarians evolving and ensuring that the vision goes forward, especially for the very people that live in these countries?
The importance is to appreciate the need for intergenerational conversations, because even young people today are going to be evolving to becoming adults. But you need a conversation that appreciates that there are new ideas that young people bring into the table. And therefore, from the perspective of the adults, it's also being able to welcome new ideas, but also to guide and share experiences of the past, because through our past, they would learn what they would need to avoid, but also they can learn what they would need to take through. All of us were once young at a particular stage in our lives.
So essentially, we should harness the wisdom that we received from the elders.
We should harness the wisdom that we receive from the elders, but also we need to look at today and make sure that our systems, including legislation, including oversight mechanism, including, parliamentary democracy across the globe, takes into consideration our past and our present realities, and therefore look ahead to the future that we want.
Now, Speaker, of course, a lot of people view such dialogues as just talk shows. And a lot of people are, of course, they want to move the dialogue to implementation, right? What concrete mechanisms then can be put in place to ensure that proposals that are made within the Young Parliamentarians Conference are formally channeled into the mainstream of ensuring that implementation is ultimately tangible on the ground?
Let me say that in our situation in South Africa, we've deliberately decided that young parliamentarians will be a part of this forum, not only engaging among themselves, but also bringing other young people such as Y20, who also engage other young people who may not be in the legislature, so that in their deliberations, they take note of what other young people are saying. We are also ensuring that in our dialogue, we bring in young parliamentarians from our SADC region, from the Pan-African Parliament, but also the European Union and other multilateral bodies where you have got young parliamentarians in them, so that that dialogue across the globe amongst young people will not only forge friendships, but also will create allies that can be able to act in solidarity in resolving our challenges as a globe.
And Speaker, on the South African youth mandate as a whole, of course, for young people that are watching Parliament TV, that are watching this summit that is to come, what is your message, especially from your address, in hope? What do you hope that they take to heart after they've watched your address, after they've watched the summit? And how can they realistically expect to see change?
I must say that I'm not sure whether I could say what they need to take up, because it's for the young people to say, out of the message, what is relevant in their view that they can take up, because they've not come here just to listen, but they've come to deliberate. They also have got messages that they want to ensure that reach out. But what we can promise is that the outcome of the Youth P20 will form part of the Speakers Forum deliberations and finally to the Leaders Summit. And it is our hope that going forward, we will keep the Young Parliamentarians P20 as an annual forum, whoever may be hosting the G20, so that we continue this platform of action for young people. But beyond that, in the various legislatures, our view is that young people will continue to advocate for better conditions for young people, not only in the politics, but socially, ensuring that they formulate legislation that would actually be impactful to the lives of young people, because they hold the power of making laws. They hold the power of budget allocations. They hold the power of advocacy because of the platform that they have as members of Parliament.
And Speaker, on personal reflection, having witnessed the struggles of previous generations of democracy, you did say that you all were once young, of course.
Yep.
And there were different fights at the time. Now, what does it mean for you personally to see a new, diverse generation of South Africans now stepping forward onto a global stage such as the P20? And how does that help shape the future of international parliamentary diplomacy?
Well, I must say that when we started in the planning of the Speaker Summit, P20, we actually were intentional that we want to have young parliamentarians defining the agenda within the theme and actually lead us into what they think should be areas of reflection during these engagements. We therefore made sure that they were part of the organizing committee. The Youth Parliament in South Africa, they decided that this year we'll be focusing on the P20 as part of the build-up activities to engage on the theme. And they actually ran that program successfully. Even today, it is the young people that are actually chairing their own session. I was there as a guest to open and I left because we want to give them space as young people to dialogue among themselves, also come up with solutions that they think will be relevant for their constituency going forward.
And Speaker, just lastly, once the summit concludes, right, what is the single most important legacy that you hope the young parliamentarians meeting will leave, both for the global parliamentary community and our own South African parliament?
If you look at the program of today, one of the areas that young people will reflect on is youth entrepreneurship. It's youth and climate change. And I do think that those two themes are very instructive because the one respond to the current challenge that we as South Africans, obviously together globally, we are facing, the issue of unemployment of young people. And I do hope that as part of the outcomes, young parliamentarians in South Africa will really say, what is it that we will do as young people to fast-track the employment possibilities and self-employment through entrepreneurship for young people to address the challenge of unemployment in our country.
Thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV, Speaker.
Thank you.
And of course, that was the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Ms. Thoko Didiza, sharing her insights, especially with regards to youth parliamentarians and the issues and challenges that they face throughout each of all the countries, the G20 countries that are here. And of course, we're still building up to the ultimate P20 Speaker Summit that is scheduled to begin on the 1st towards the 3rd of October. Keep on watching Parliament TV.
We're participating in. The debate continues. We need to reaffirm that we are a generation unwillingly to inherit a broken system. The call for meaningful youth participation, institutional reforms, and decisive climate action has to be very clear, and it's up to this meeting to ensure that we are very clear as young people from across the globe on those various issues. Our task is to ensure that these words do not remain aspirations, but they need to become commitments, which will ensure that we oversee and ensure that they are implemented. And they need to shape real policies in our parliaments and in our global arena. So as representatives of different legislatures and parliaments, it's our responsibility to ensure that these, our words and our meeting becomes real policies which we will be implemented across. Today we affirm that solidarity is the antidote to division built on trust and cooperation across nations. And, equality, we need to remind ourselves that equality is not an act of charity, but it's an act of justice. So we need to ensure that no young person is denied opportunity by circumstance of birth. You know, even with what was being said, it was recognized that sustainability is not a distant aspiration, but an urgent foundation of our survival and our prosperity going forward. Like I quoted in the beginning, when we started our session, you know, President Mandela's timeless words guide us still, that sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. So it's up to us to ensure that we are the great generation, which will ensure that the generations to come are secured. Honorable members, you know, greatness, you know, we speak about greatness all the time, but it's not beyond us. It's not impossible. It is within us. And it's just up to us to just be truthful in our approach going forward. And we need to dare to act with courage and conviction. On behalf of South Africa, I thank you all for your passion, your vision, and determination to all our countries that presented to us this morning. You know, let us leave this room not only as participants in dialogue, but as custodians of change, you know, committed to building a world that is united in solidarity and that is equal in opportunity, and, you know, and ensuring that sustainability is a promise. You know, the world is watching. G20 is coming up, and even us as young parliamentarians, we need to ensure that we rise together, you know, and ensure that transformation is not just a wish and just words that we utter every day, but something that is going to happen now and not later. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. With that being said, I'm just going to give us literally a 3-minute transition for our next session, and just to ensure that we can move on to the next session of parliamentary action to fight climate change. And we will then have that session, and then discussions will then ensue after that. Thank you very much. I call upon my colleague, Honorable Nodada, who's going to be chairing this session. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to everybody who is in the House. We are now going to move on to the session around parliamentary action to fight climate change. And this particular session will obviously have some time for us to have discussion points. For those of you that don't know me or came in late, my name is Baxolile Nodada. I'm a member of Parliament in the National Assembly. And I just wanted to talk to you a bit about this particular session, because it involves not only us as young parliamentarians discussing an issue that affects us now, but it also affects future generations. So it's important for us, when we have the discussion and put solutions on the table, know that it's not just only about us, but for future generations. Climate change is an existential crisis or threat that demands global solidarity and cooperation. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC's 2018 Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, human-induced warming had already reached approximately about 1.0 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2017. At the current rate of around 0.2 degrees per decade, the world is projected to cross the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold around 2030 to 2040. Within this global context, sub-Saharan Africa has experienced warming of approximately 0.86 degrees Celsius above its 1991 to 2020 baseline, intensifying climate impacts such as more frequent and severe floods, droughts, and heat waves. To keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius, the IPCC indicates that global emissions need to decline by roughly 40 to 45% from 2010 levels by 2030, reaching net zero around mid-century. This implies annual reduction rates of about 7.7 to 8% each year until 2030. South Africa's 2025 G20 presidency under the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, officially framed our global cooperation efforts, emphasizing a just, inclusive, and sustainable transition. In parallel, at the intergovernmental level, the P20 parliamentary platform, parliamentary group of G20 countries plus invited partners, provides a space for legislatures to collaborate on aligning national laws and oversight mechanisms to meet these ambitious climate change targets. In the African climate story, South Africa stands at a pivotal crossroads. Though its historical greenhouse gas emissions are modest, the impacts of climate change, droughts, heat waves, and floods are becoming more frequent and severe. Parliament has stepped into this narrative, evolving from policy-shaping body into a central actor in national climate governance. South Africa's 2025 G20 presidency, guided by the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, presents a pivotal opportunity to harmonize climate policy, finance, and parliamentary oversight in pursuit of an equitable transition. This theme reflects the country's commitment to fostering cooperation and inclusive progress while addressing systemic inequalities exacerbated by the climate crisis. Parliament is central to realizing this vision, and so are other parliaments around the world. Legislators must at this time start championing the adaptation plan by enforcing mandates across the different municipalities, provinces, as required by the Climate Change Act. Mainstream climate finance in the national budget cycle and promote innovative grant-based instruments such as green bonds and concessional funds. Strengthen climate data systems, ensuring robust information sharing across the DFFE, DMRE, National Treasury, and local governments. Elevate climate literacy through constituency-level campaigns, dialogue, and accessible educational material. Enhance citizen participation via public hearings, service delivery forums, and platforms that translate community into accountable policy making. In so doing, parliaments around the world, particularly us implementing in South Africa, will not only improve mitigation and adaptation outcomes, but also ensure the communities across the country and the world, especially those most vulnerable, are protected, empowered, and included in the climate agenda. Let's all remember, a country that does not invest in its youth has no future. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon the resource person, which is Ms. Vonana Rkhodzo, Chair of the W20 Climate Justice, Environment and Food Security Task Team. I don't know if that person is already here, who is going to be presenting to us on the current state of climate change and international response. We're supposed to have a rapporteur from Japan. I don't know if that person is already here. So those are the people that are supposed to come and present to us now, and then thereafter we'll then have a discussion on that. All right. I see that those particular people have not arrived yet. What I'll then do in the meantime, after having presented that, is to open up to the floor to have a discussion around climate change and some of our country's perspectives on climate change. I know there are also representatives from the different legislatures here that this obviously does affect directly. So any of our participants today that would like to make some statements around climate change or make a contribution on climate change, please do indicate just by a show of hands. Cool. Turkey? Yes.
Dear colleagues, firstly, we changed the pronunciation. It's Turkey right now. It's not Turkey anymore. Dear colleagues, we stand today at a critical juncture for humanity. Climate change, wars, and inequality converge into a single test for our generation. The rising global temperatures, floods, droughts, and wildfires are already destabilizing communities. At the same time, violent conflicts reveal how fragile peace can be. These crises are not separate, they reinforce each other. As young parliamentarians, we are not just observers, we are responsible actors. Our duty is to advance ambitious laws that secure sustainable futures, ensure transparent governance, and strengthen multilateralism. The Paris Agreement is our roadmap, but it will remain ineffective unless backed by political courage and parliamentary oversight. Turkey, situated in the Mediterranean basin, faces acute climate threats. This is why we embraced the green transition vision and committed to the 2053 net zero emission target. Our Grand National Assembly adopted the first standalone climate law, updating our climate governance framework. Our nationally determined contribution is now more ambitious, showing that Turkey is ready to do its part. Moreover, our candidacy for COP31 reflects Turkey's will to host inclusive dialogue for collective action. But climate change cannot be separated from broader global challenges. Peace and sustainability are interdependent. The destruction in Gaza reminds us, without justice, peace cannot last, and without peace, sustainability cannot exist. As young leaders, we must not only raise our voices, but also propose pathways for a fair and lasting solution. Therefore, I call upon all of us to combine words with action. First, to support immediate humanitarian corridors in Gaza to protect innocent lives. Second, to strengthen parliamentary diplomacy for ceasefire and peace talks. And third, to reaffirm that justice and sustainability for a fair and lasting solution. No. This is not only a matter of solidarity, but of responsibility. While we debate the long-term challenges of our world, in Gaza, an urgent humanitarian crisis is unfolding. It is our responsibility not only to debate the future, but to respond to the present, to act where lives are being lost as we speak. The world doesn't need more spectators in Gaza. It needs problem solvers, bridge builders, and courageous voices. Dear colleagues, the future depends on the decisions we make today. Let us commit to action that transcends borders and differences. Together, we can shape a world where sustainability, peace, and justice reinforce one another. Today, I invite you to take action. Let this gathering not be just another discussion, but the starting point for solutions that will serve the good of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is it Turkey? Nice. Okay. Thank you so much for that. And I think we all agree that as much as we're making statements here today, it's also an opportunity for us to take back some of the suggestions that we have to influence legislation and oversight in our different parliaments across the world. So I'm going to ask the next country that would like to make a statement around climate change. If Algeria is ready, they can come through. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Peace upon you all. Hello, everyone. I repeat my thanks to the country of South Africa for this event and for this summit. I thank all my colleagues from every country, especially for the B20. In fact, Algeria focus on all the global changes because of the geographical geographical location by the Mediterranean Sea, as it is one of the 24 points, hot points, which affected by the global heating, and all this environmental threatening of floods, dehydration, and coastal problems. We have repeated floods in many countries for 10 times in the country since 1970, and around 19 hectares of the Algerian land, as we lose around 400 hectares from our land because of this climate change. As we have less rain around 20% before comparing to the previous, which leads to having less crops and agriculture production. And expertise, they are expecting by 2040, and that percentage will duplicate. Algeria is affected badly by the global changing, and the Algerian people will suffer lots of social groups. They have lots of problems in certain parts of Algeria. They have lots of problems related to the nature and the climate. والجزائر تقوم, and Algeria is doing its best since 2023, as they put a fund in $25 million to fix all the problems related to the climate changing. And in Paris summit, they created a program. This program is to find all the strategies which indicate all the climate problems Algeria is facing, and also using the German technology in reducing all the climate changing problems and threatening and disasters in Algeria. In many fields like agriculture, water, industry, forest, and taking all the precautions to deal with all the climate changes in the future. And Algeria made lots of programs which is for all the areas which is more affected with this climate problems. This is with the support and the help of the German cooperation, which measured the percentage of the rain as the reduce of rain, which is reducing recently, is going to affect all the food resources. And in this Paris agreement, Algeria had lots of policies التي Algeria made lots of policies التي which just shows the plan which is going to be till 2030. And our ambition is to raise the percentage till 22% by using all the technology ways and to have renewable energy resources, and giving the priority to all the actions which will help with the climate problem with all bodies and parties in Algeria. As well, I need to remind about all the national strategies. As our climate ministry, we draw a clear line to accommodate all the threatening and risks which will happen in Algeria. As the Union Nation Agreement receives all the reports from the Algerian ministry, received all the reports from Algeria at 2023, and we are doing our best to help with all the issues regards the change, climate change within the coming two years, especially about the gas release. And we are going to re-establish the green dam at the year of 2023, and to increase the green coverage from 3 million hectares to plus 4 million hectares in the coming years. And also by signing the document ولقد حصلت and Algeria have received lots of funds for all the efforts they did, and also we are working on all the process to work on the water problem, and we have 6 water stations to produce drinking water, to produce 60% of the drinking water in Algeria.
it is on the way to reach the 50%. And Algeria strategies to transform from the to project from the from 2030, like projects like Tafuka 1 to the extent 4 gigawatt, and to update to include that and then the project the 13.5 terawatt from sun power that will give the Algeria the first and advanced position, and to look for environment and environmental change and present for the Algerian, the President Ibrahim Douali, the environment it September 2020, it includes 22 members from the Parliament of Algeria, 3 ex-parliamentarian who are like who are two women from the parliamentarian. The object and the goal of this committee to fix the environmental change. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Algeria, for such a comprehensive input. Honorable members, I just want to say that we are obviously ahead of time if you look at our program. And the person who's supposed to come and present to us is going to come at 2:30 with the assigned repertoire. But what I thought was important was for us to be able to make the statements that we need to make and use that opportunity when they do make a presentation to actually have a discussion, having heard each other's views, and maybe have conversations with those with the time that will take just before lunch. Would then the House be fine if we then continue with other countries' statements, or would you suggest that we wait for 2:30 and have an early break before the lunch period? Proceed, man. Cool. Can we call upon Russia to make a statement? Fine. Italy? Is Italy also fine? It looks like they're fine. Cool. I would suggest that we do take so that we don't run too fast ahead of our own program, because I know some countries were well within the city, still traveling to Hermanus. So we might have a bigger delegation just after lunch. So I would suggest that we do take a break now and reconvene after lunch. So we obviously have an early break to that. So thank you so much again.
Pan-African Parliament. We started on Friday, where we spoke about women's issues, the youth, and today we're focusing on specific themes linked to the P20, which will be held later in the year in the Western Cape. So today was an introductory session, and some of the themes we've already discussed: trade and agriculture, which I think is very critical, and one could see it in all the interventions that members had made, giving valuable inputs from the African perspective in terms of trade and agriculture. When we get together at these symposia and at the different congresses, conferences, we talk, but we seldom put it into action. And one of the ways as parliamentarians is that we can make sure that it does find its voice in legislation. So that will be one of the themes also for the P20, is let's look at our legislation so that we can implement all the discussions held on the international stage. And I think important here is the fact that the P20 will be held, and the G20, for the first time on the African continent. So this is our time, and I really hope that the South African government and the South African Parliament, which I do have a role in, that we will take the lead and make sure that whatever is discussed at the P20 and even at the Pan-African Parliament, that we do draft legislation and have oversight over the government to make sure that these interests, concerns of our citizens of this continent are actually reflected in what we do as politicians.
Still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. Those were some of the insights from the P20 meeting of young parliamentarians. A great insights to listen to there. But we'll now cross over to the P20 women parliamentarians. But before that, Tsepo, can you share some of your experiences from that session?
Of course, some of the experiences is the inclusivity of young people in ensuring that they're driving the decisions that are made on such large global stages. We know that unemployment is an issue throughout a lot of countries. And of course, this is an opportunity for young parliamentarians to come forward and cascade those issues, cascade those challenges, and ensure that they learn from other countries that have grappled with this issue and have come over it, actually, to Mikosi.
Thank you for summing up that well, Tsepo. Now, viewers, will take you to the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians.
We know that challenges remain. Women are still underrepresented in senior decision-making positions, especially when it comes to gender-based violence. We had a very powerful presentation on that earlier on, and also the fact that the gender pay gap still persists. We heard earlier on that there's a 20% difference in that pay gap. We also know if that pay gap was narrowed, as the World Bank has said, that the GDP of each country would rise by 20%, so it feels like an absolute no-brainer. These realities remind us that equality is not a destination, but a continuous journey, one that demands vigilance, innovation, and solidarity. Colleagues, the challenges we face, whether it's climate change, inequality, economic uncertainty, they're just interconnected. So too must be our response. Parliamentary diplomacy gives us a unique tool, the ability to turn dialogue into law and law into lasting change. Each of us, individually, carries the hopes of millions of women and girls who look to their parliamentarians for justice, opportunity, and dignity. Let us not disappoint them. Together we can ensure that P20 is not just a platform for discussion, but a catalyst for transformation. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and inspiring meeting ahead. Because the P20 is so important to us in the UK, especially this summit over the next 2 days, I am joined by my co-Deputy Speaker of the House of Lords. Please give a warm welcome to Baroness. Baroness, I will let you introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deborah Bull, Baroness Bull. I am indeed a Deputy Speaker in the House of Lords, and it is a great privilege to represent the United Kingdom's second chamber here at this P20 in South Africa. I should say that although we are called the House of Lords, when the role of Lord Speaker was created following an adjustment of the systems some years back, the first ever Lord Speaker was indeed a woman. I would like to I would like to extend and repeat the grateful thanks to our hosts for their generous hospitality and indeed for placing such vital themes as global solidarity, equality, and sustainability at the heart of their leadership of the G20. All parliamentarians share a responsibility to promote meaningful and respectful dialogue and to ensure that voices from all different communities, particularly the disadvantaged, the historically excluded, and the vulnerable, are heard. But we, as women parliamentarians, we have an additional responsibility. It's our role to ensure that women's voices are raised up, that women's perspectives, needs, and insights are taken into account when creating policy. It's our role to encourage and perhaps educate our male colleagues to do the same. And it's our role to hold governments to account when they fall short of those ideals. Of course, we must also acknowledge the achievements when credits are due. And for myself, in the UK, I think of the work that our government is doing with international finance institutions, the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, to ensure that gender is factored into multilateral investment and financing. I think of the UK's commitment to universal sexual and reproductive health rights, to universal quality education, not least through our investment and support in the International Finance Facility for Education. And as a woman, I'm especially proud that the UK remains committed to standing up and speaking up for women and girls in all their diversity, including LGBT+ women and women and girls that have disabilities. But despite these achievements, we must all admit there is more that we can do, both at home and in partnership with our friends across the world. We can do more working together to advance equitable inclusion, and forums like this one play such an important role in building understanding and relationship between different nations, allowing us to share our knowledge and our experiences and to strengthen our collective response to global challenges, which, as we know, do not respect national borders but impact across the world. So though we represent different parliamentary systems, different beliefs, and different philosophies, there are many things that unite us. And front and center of that is the shared truth that we are all women. We share a common aim, that our political systems and structures create spaces for the voices, perspectives, and participation of all women. We are one global community, and we have much to learn from each other. And already this morning, I have learned from the opening speakers today. From the Honourable Dr. Lou Triet, we heard solidarity is not a slogan, solidarity is a mandate. And from the Honourable Mrs. Dunjwa, who reminded us of the women of 1956 on whose shoulders we stand today, solidarity is not a slogan, solidarity is a strategy for change. When women work together, when we recognise ourselves in each other, miraculous, fantastic achievements can be made. And so I say to our South African hosts, your philosophy of Ubuntu has special residence here today. I am because we are. So thank you for this opportunity to remember and reflect on this important truth. I know that I will go home enriched by new perspectives, by new stories, improved by your stories, and better able to play my part in my country's efforts to drive change and create a world that is fully inclusive, a world that is therefore better able to adapt and thrive to the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you.
Merci au Royaume-Uni. A second round of applause for them. We thank you all for your statement. I'm now calling my co-chair to give the final remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Kabala. I'll just do a few remarks, closing remarks. Indeed, as women parliamentarians, we play a vital role as agents of change in society. We should use our legislative influence to dismantle systemic barriers and promote gender-responsive policies across initiatives focused on climate justice, economic empowerment, and peace. Our collective efforts and increasing representation are crucial for advancing the Sustainable Development Goals and creating a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world for all. With those few remarks, honorable members and colleagues, we would like to thank all of you for your remarks that you've made and your valuable inputs. Myself and the co-chair, we are now done with our session. We're looking forward in your deliberations as we will proceed with the program for the next sessions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the time now is 12:21. We are done, and we were supposed to be done by 13:30. I think we can move to another session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honourable members, I think this is just an example of the efficiency of women, that we run through things. So I just want to make sure that our chairpersons are available. I think it is Honourable Bosov from the South African National Council of Provinces and Mozambique. Is it Mozambique? Yes, is our representative from Mozambique here? I was slightly worried about that because they have been scheduled for 14:30. So I think as a reward for your wonderful contributions and efficiency, you will have a longer lunch and enjoy the wonderful environment here. We will then convene again at 14:30. Thank you so much.
On June 13, 2025, South Africa's Parliament held its first youth parliament of the 7th Democratic Parliament, aligned with the P20 under South Africa's G20 presidency. The event focused on youth economic participation and employment, providing a platform for young people to influence national and global agendas. The Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, officially opened the event with a call to action for meaningful and sustained youth engagement.
Today, I also want to recognize yourselves as young people of South Africa from different formations. Some of you are in political parties, some of you are in civil society, some of you are in the academy and the private sectors. So all of you are recognized, but those of you who are in our houses today, I'll give you an honor of calling you honorable members. And I hope that the members of our parties who are part of the youth caucus, even though not formalized, which I want to formalize, because we do have a women's caucus and we do need to have a multi-party youth parliamentary caucus that would have a designated time to meet in order to be able to address youth concerns in our legislation as well as in our various policies. Order. Honorable members, distinguished guests, welcome to this august house, which is an institution that crafts laws that govern our lives and the guardian that oversee executive action and hold our executive to account. This house brings to life concerns of our electorate and becomes a platform for debate in which we ensure that our society's concerns are addressed. It is in this house where our public representatives, whom we elect, ensure that the interests of all South Africans in their diversity are deliberated upon. Today, as Parliament, we have created a platform where the young peoples of our country, together with their public representatives who are part and parcel of you, come together to commemorate and honor the role that young people played in the liberation of our country. We honor their bravery. We honor their selflessness, their resilience and commitment in ending a brutal system that dehumanized a section of our society and took away the dignity of a majority of our people and delayed progress as a nation. We do so because memory is important, not only to remember, but to actually etch in our memory that this freedom did not come for free. We remember these heroes and heroines because they laid their lives in order for us, who are seated here today and outside, are free and have a franchise. We may not yet be economically free as we would have wanted, but I think the first step of ensuring that we can choose a people who will represent us, we can choose a government that we want, that we can stand here and deliberate about their concerns, knowing that there is no hindrance that stand before us. We remember them and their deeds in order to underscore the responsibility that who, the living, still have to fulfill in order to ensure that their fight was not in vain. Each day we remember the generation before them and after. We remember the young people who worked towards bringing the concerns of their communities to Kliptown, where the Freedom Charter was adopted 70 years ago. We remember the young people of the 40s who actually brought impetus in how our democracy can actually be brought to bear speedily. We remember the young people who actually started the End Conscription campaign to start to challenge the powers that be at the time, that why should we die in the foreign lands when we can actually sit together as South Africans and solve our problem. Each day, we remember those young people who formed part of the first democratic parliament and legislatures that laid the foundation of the institution that we're in today. Today, we also remember the consciousness that young people who led the Fees Must Fall brought in ensuring that our society and government expand the access to education and ensure that the doors of learning indeed are opened. Today, we remain conscious that it is the generation of young people that are here in this house and others who are confronted with many challenges, particularly the challenge of unemployment in our country despite completing their studies. It is for this reason that our theme today focuses on economic participation and employment. I sometimes say others may think it was more of a challenge to bring down apartheid and colonialism. But I want to add, it is more of a challenge to rebuild. It is more of a challenge to integrate and build a society that does not look at each one of us from the prism of race, from the prism of gender, but building a non-racial, non-sexist society. It is this challenge, and particularly yourself seated here and in our legislatures, who actually bring a bridge that must now ensure that we as a people become part of a global community. It is you who face a new challenge where we must rethink the world of work. As we celebrate the importance of technology in advancing our development, it also raises particular fear about reimagining what the world of work will be. So you must never underestimate the important role that we have to play to build this new society. You must never underestimate the responsibility you carry that will make the future generation look at what you have done to build a platform for them to survive. Co-chairperson, honorable members, as we build a new society that is founded on democratic values and respect for human rights for all, we're conscious that many challenges still remain despite the progress that have been made, some of which you yourselves have been a part of. The challenge of unemployment, and in particular youth unemployment, remains a sore point in the attainment of our democratic dividend. During your deliberations today, and I would say further, you need to reflect on ways in which our country can grow our economy that allows for participation for all South Africans. As much as we are a part of the global community and therefore affected by geopolitical shifts, it is important that we find solutions that address our immediate challenges as a country in order to give hope to those young people who feel in the margins of our society. Economic participation, in my view, cannot be realized unless we create an enabling environment that is conducive for many to participate. We need to look at how our corporate citizens of this country, the private sector, support the transformation agenda.
Youth champions from all sectors came out boldly, putting real issues on the table, confronting youth unemployment head-on, highlighting the growing skills gap,
and warning that without urgent action, AI and digital innovation could leave too many young people behind.
In terms of learners with learning barriers, there are not many practical courses for them, and that's what's causing the high unemployment rate, because learners that have barriers drop out of school, become part of the statistics of learners who are unemployed, not in school, not in training, not doing anything. We are neglecting those learners that have barriers. And because we are neglecting those learners that have barriers, that's what's causing most of them to go into drugs and crime and other negative aspects within society. So we don't have that. We need to have more practical courses that will cater for learners that have learning barriers. Another recommendation that I have is that we are having a very few number of people that are educational psychologists, and we do need more educational psychologists. We've got a very low number of them. So because we've got an extremely low number of educational psychologists within the country, we don't have access to them in terms of assessing learners that are having these learning barriers, because if these learners are not being assessed, there are no interventions in place, and what happens to them, they just get lost in the system.
Our message to you today is simple, but it is not soft. Youth with disabilities are no longer asking to be included. We are already leading. The question is whether you are prepared to follow through. The Eastern Cape, with its deep-rooted liberation history, remains among the provinces with the highest disability prevalence and some of the lowest indicators in youth employment, education, and assistive access. In my province, less than 10% of youth with disabilities access sustainable public employment or bursary-linked skills development. Only 3 out of 43 special schools were refurbished in the last infrastructure cycle. Youth in residential care homes still wait years for mobility devices, basic communication aids, or access to mental health care. Unemployment among youth with disabilities hovers above 64%. It is a silent crisis. But we also carry powerful hope. Our communities, activists, caregivers, DPOs like Disabled People South Africa have filled the gap where government has struggled. These organizations are not just stakeholders, they are system builders. We are a province of resilience, but we must ask, for how long must resilience be the substitute for rights? We do acknowledge the establishment of the disability rights machinery in some provincial departments. We also acknowledge the provincial work stream for disability mainstreaming launched through the Office of the Premier. And most importantly, we also acknowledge the Office of the Premier's 2025-2026 APP, which now starts to echo a recognition of disability as a developmental priority. But good policies without budgets are only declarations. Intent is not implementation, and inclusion without power is performance. Today, I bring you 3 proposals of many that we've tabled to Parliament that we believe will move us from symbolism to systemic change. The first proposal is disability implementation hubs. We propose the establishment of disability implementation hubs, eLusikisiki, eKonwe, eZwelisha, as interdepartmental public-private spaces to co-design inclusive employment, youth entrepreneurship, and access to adaptive technologies. Let these hubs be the test beds for scaling to all provinces. Our second proposal is a youth disability inclusion scorecard, where we are requesting that a youth disability inclusion scorecard be embedded across the NYDA, CETAs, NASFAS, and the Extended Public Works Program, with DPOs as co-auditors. We would like to track spend, reach, and outcomes, not just as activities. What gets measured gets done. Our third proposal is the institutional representation at all levels. It is time for youth with disabilities to have a seat in working groups, intergovernmental forums, and parliamentary advisory desks, from district DDM forums to the office of the Speaker and the office of the NCOP chairperson. This institutional representation is not about tokenism. It is about supply-side legitimacy. South Africa's G20 presidency is not just a geopolitical event. It is an opportunity to demonstrate to the world that disability inclusion is not a side issue. It is a structural question of development, justice, and innovation. In 2023, Italy earmarked over 160 million euros for inclusive labor transition. Japan formalized its Disability Future Design Innovation Strategy. India hosted the first G20 event on assistive technology. The G20 is moving, and so must we. South Africa has a chance to become the moral center of the Global South on disability inclusion, but only if we stop managing disability and start governing for it. Honorable members, youth with disabilities are not passive recipients of pity or policy. We are co-creators of the democracy our Constitution promised. We do not want charity, we want consequence. We do not want mentions in minutes, we want mandates. So today, on this floor, I respectfully but firmly ask, will Parliament institutionalize annual disability-focused hearings? Will DPOs be treated as system actors, not spectators? Will we finally be counted not just in statistics, but in strategy? Let history remember that we did not merely commemorate disability, but we co-constructed a country that works for all. Let the world look to South Africa's G20 moment and say, this is where the voice of global disabled youth was not just heard, but answered. We do not ask for power because we already have it. We simply ask you to recognize it and to act accordingly. Thank you very much.
Fellow delegates and fellow South Africans, it is not just the future that belongs to the youth, but it is the present. At the moment, people under the age of 35 make up over 50% of South Africa's working population. Yet they, or rather we, face a multitude of challenges which we have unpacked in detail today. As Rise Mzansi, we know that the youth do not just want handouts. We know the youth wants two things. First, to be at the table when key decisions are made in this country, especially where those budget, law, and policy decisions impact on the future of this country. The youth should not just be consulted or asked for their input as a formality. Our young people are smart, many already experts in their field of study. Our young people are entrepreneurial, many already starting and building businesses that solve problems on the ground. Our young people have lived experiences that speak to the very heart of the challenges and difficulties that we've unpacked today. They have the solutions. And yet, fellow delegates, on forums such as this, I must also note that all relevant stakeholders should be present. The presence of the Honourable Minister of Women, Youth and Disabilities is very welcome. However, given the cross-cutting nature of the issues and challenges facing the youth, the lack of representation from other departments such as basic and higher education, health and social development raises the question of whether this gathering will have real and practical impact. Secondly, the youth wants the opportunity to get our hands dirty. The youth do not need anyone to pave the way for them. We can build the road ourselves. We simply need the tools and opportunities to do so. We need skills training that aligns with our capabilities and the needs of our country. We need a focus on mother tongue education and digital skills. We need real and sustainable jobs opportunities. We need key barriers of entry, especially for women and single mothers, to be removed through the provision of community healthcare and childcare services. Beyond that, the youth is also ready to make new jobs for others. The entrepreneurial spirit, business acumen, and innovation is already there. They simply need to be given a real chance. Let us ensure that the youth are a true part of decision-making in this country. not merely a fringe group to consult. Let us ensure that the youth has the tool and opportunities to build our own roads in South Africa. And I can assure you, if and when we can guarantee these two things, South Africa would not just survive and grow, it would certainly flourish. Thank you.
Key stakeholders, including Statistics South Africa, provided crucial insights into youth unemployment, poverty, and exclusion. Young members of parliament representing different political parties and provinces chaired interactive sessions on economic participation, youth unemployment, and global geopolitics. Voices from the SADC Parliamentary Forum highlighted the importance of regional youth cooperation within the broader African agenda.
It is very urgent that we involve youth in global decision-making processes in order to it is not, we cannot overstate it enough that youth need to be involved in global decision-making processes. With more than half the global population under the age of 30, young people constitute a demographic majority and a reservoir of untapped innovation, energy, and perspective. However, as the statistics have shown, we still have a very limited participation of youth engagement, and we require systemic mechanisms that empower young people as equal stakeholders in governance and policy development. So earlier this year, in my capacity as a rapporteur for the SADC Youth Parliament Disability Rights, Gender and Young Women Development Standing Committee, I had the unique opportunity to interact with youth across the 16 SADC countries on disability issues, including sustainable financing structures to cater for persons with disabilities. These interactions were done during our virtual standing committees session earlier in March in preparation for the first sitting of the third SADC Youth Parliament, and where we had critical discussions and debates on youth issues and resolutions adopted to foster transformative action and meaningful and effective engagement of youth in the